In death, I shall be stronger. Unlock other skills by death. The goddess of protection said to herself, Kim remembers the day he first fell into this world. The goddess of protection said to Lafanta Agim, Congratulations, you have been chosen as the hero who will save this world. Lafanta Agim covered his eyes from the light and said, An angel. Where am I? The goddess of protection said, I am the goddess of protection. From now on I will protect you and guide you down the path you shall take. There are many things you do not yet know, but that only means you will learn many things. Lafanta Agim said, I was just in school a moment ago. The goddess of protection said, Yes, a young human sometimes commits evil deeds without knowing it. You unfortunately became prey to the beasts and fell because you could not handle it. Lafanta Agim said, I fell, and he said to himself, I remember now. The door to the school's rooftop was locked. That's why I climbed up there through a classroom window on the 5th floor. Funnily enough, when I got there, I felt more alive than ever. A person in the crowd said, Hey, look over there. Who's that? Lafanta Agim said to himself, a feeling I had never felt once in my life emerged when I actually tried to live. A girl said, Is he out of his mind? Shouldn't we do something? Lafanta Agim said to himself, Now that I want to give up, I feel so alive. They say you regret jumping the moment you've done it. Will I be the same? Lafanta Agim took off his shoes. And his phone beeped. His phone said, A text message and 36 others. Confirm. Lafanta Agim tossed his phone and said, I hope your lives turn rotten forever as well. Then he gently jumped off the ledge of the school building, sending his message to the 36 people saying, You're the one who killed me. Don't forget, it's you who killed me. The goddess of protection suddenly said, I am the goddess of protection. I have many powers: idol, compassion, prayer, sacrifice, salvation. With my powers, there's nothing you can't do. You can become anything you wish. What do you wish to be, hero? Back in the present, Kim Gongja and Sword Emperor looked ahead. A system notification said, You have entered the 50th floor through abnormal means. A system notification said, The protection of the librarian in a corner has been undone. A system notification said, The beginner protection system has been paused. A system notification said, Beginner privileges have been taken away temporarily. Kim Gongja said to himself, These are some scary warnings. Kim Gongja said, There. Sword Emperor said, For goodness sake, it's been a long time since I've been here. I feel like it's been a century and a half, but nothing's changed. Kim Gongja said to himself, It seems like the guardian ghost has been here before. I wonder if he'll act as a guide. Kim Gongja asked Sword Emperor, What are those spires? Sword Emperor said, Mage towers. Some have been here for more than 1,000 years. They're people who chose to remain here instead of continuing to climb the tower. Anyway, it's best not to approach them. Don't even look at them, actually. Kim Gongja said, Why not? Sword Emperor said, Because they can detect that you're looking at them if you stare for longer than 23 seconds. The number 23 here has the same meaning as the number 18 in your world. It's a security system that's like, What the 23 are you looking at? Kim Gongja said to himself, What the hell? The number 18 in Korean has a very similar pronunciation to the word freak in Korean. Sword Emperor said, Right. They used to have 6 towers, but I destroyed one. I'm sure they'll lose their minds once they realize I've come back as a ghost. They'll chase you to the ends of hell with all the forces they have, so hide me. Kim Gongja said to himself, He's more like a troll than a guide. A system notification said, The void venom has invaded your body. Kim Gongja looked at his hand, confused. A system notification said, The progress rate of the venom is currently at level 1. Kim Gongja said, What is this void venom? It's saying that it's invaded my body. Sword Emperor said, Right. It finally feels like I'm back here. It's a venom that spread all over the 50th floor. Apparently, the guy that used to be the ruler of this floor was really bad with his favoritism. So, the Midnight Liberation War, or whatever it was called, began. Then he died shortly after. He didn't have a nice death, so he cursed the world before dying. That curse apparently became this venom. Kim Gongja said, That's really. Sword Emperor said, Yeah. It's like the zombie virus that the constellation spread when he died in the Murim world. Kim Gongja said, What? People live here despite this being all over the floor? Sword Emperor said, Well, the guys that made it up here usually have aura, a skill, or some form of protection from their constellation. What are you doing? You should protect yourself with aura too. Kim Gongja said, What happens if I don't? Sword Emperor said, You earn a very unique appearance and mental state. Suddenly, a giant toad appeared in front of them. Kim Gongja and Sword Emperor ran away as Kim Gongja said, "What the hell is that?" Sword Emperor said, "Probably a human, like you? Well, maybe 20 years ago." As it leapt toward Kim Gongja, he ran faster. Suddenly, it dropped to the ground, shattering it. Kim Gongja flew away and said, "Freak." Kim Gongja attacked the creature with a powerful slash and said, "Is it dead?" Sword Emperor said, "Sorry, I forgot to warn you about this, but from the 50th floor onward, we enter the demonic realm. You'll be doomed most of the time if you act according to common sense. If you're scared, you can keep looking at the mage towers. If you stare at them for more than 23 seconds, they'll ask you, 'What the hell are you looking at?' If you ask for help, mages on broomsticks will come to save you. Isn't that nice?" Kim Gongja said, "What do I have to pay in return?" Sword Emperor said, "Man, you're clever. You'll have to sign a contract where you'll basically be their slave for 12 years. They'll adore you for your SSS rank skill." A man in the distance shouted, "You over there, run, over here, run this way." Sword Emperor grinned as Kim Gongja glanced at him. Kim Gongja attacked the man, prompting Sword Emperor to say, "Ooh, I'm impressed. You may be a bit naive, but you're still smart." The man continued shouting, "Run this way, hurry." As his form shifted, he became a huge monster, still repeating, "This way, hurry." Kim Gongja said, "Is this entire place like this?" Sword Emperor said, "There are exceptions, but mostly yeah." Lafanta Agim's voice echoed, "Welcome to the demonic realm, where cosmic horror dances. Do you realize now that my thought processes are very ordinary?" Lafanta Agim's voice continued in Kim Gongja's thoughts. "Bow your head, outsider. Otherwise, you will be slain with them." Lafanta Agim appeared, cutting the monsters as if they were butter. Kim Gongja said, "Even if you do that, they'll just divide and regenerate." Kim Gongja looked at the monsters in shock and said, "They didn't?" Lafanta Agim said, "To kill something using one killed by bisection, you need to cut it into 2 equal halves as its name suggests. Next." He drew his sword and effortlessly cut the monster in front of them. The monster gasped, "Run this way! Hurry!" Lafanta Agim said, "The screamer's real body is in the scream. Kill it through sound." He walked away without another word. Kim Gongja said to Sword Emperor, "Hunter." Sword Emperor said, "He didn't even age, that bastard." Kim Gongja whispered, "Lafanta Agim." As Lafanta Agim sheathed his sword, Kim Gongja said to himself, "The Constellation Killer." Lafanta Agim said, "You know me?" Kim Gongja and Lafanta Agim stared at each other silently. Kim Gongja thought, "How are his eyes like that? They're so empty." Lafanta Agim said, "Do you know me?" Kim Gongja continued to himself, "There isn't even a fragment of emotion in them, let alone any traces." The goddess of protection said, "Sparkly is touched by the reunion. However, Sparkly does not understand why its former owner betrayed it. Sparkly is considering being enraged instead of feeling touched." Lafanta Agim said, "Quite a unique sword you have there. Is it a demonic sword or an ego sword? It's best you hide any unique items you possess, outsider. There are many hyenas here who target beginners who just made it to the 50th floor for their skills and equipment." Kim Gongja, shocked and confused, showed his sword and asked, "Excuse me, do you recognize this sword?" Lafanta Agim examined it and said, I do not. It seems like it has some kind of connection to me, but I don't recall it. It would be wise to expect me not to remember old friends or events." Kim Gongja said, confused, "Sorry." Lafanta Agim said, "I am suffering from memory loss. I cannot remember anything from more than a week ago. It's dangerous for us to keep talking here. Follow me. I know a place where we can chat safely." As they walked away, voices echoed in the distance. A man said, "Look, it's the Constellation Killer." Another muttered, "What the hell is he gonna do now?" A lizard hissed, "Are the spiders of the Mage Tower gonna be good today?" His friend whispered, "Shh, it's best not to get involved with that guy." Multiple system notifications appeared. Kim Gongja thought, "Constellations. I've never felt the presence of so many constellations at once." Lafanta Agim said, "Annoying. Screw off, all of you. If there is a constellation that continues to annoy me any further, I will find and kill their apostles." He turned to Kim Gongja and said, "I think some of them are interested in you. Tell me, outsider, have you done something to the constellations?" Kim Gongja said, "I did kill one apostle of the warhorse of the eternal plains." Lafanta Agim took out a notebook and said, "Maho's apostle?" Kim Gongja thought, "A notebook." Lafanta Agim scanned through his notes and said, "Not bad. Maho's apostles are all exceptionally talented. They have quite a troublesome blessing as well. It couldn't have been easy. How did you manage it?" Kim Gongja said, "There is something I have to tell you about that." Lafanta Agim said, "That can wait. We're here." Kim Gongja asked, Is this the safe place you mentioned? Lafanta Egim said, in here, there is no wall to restrict our vision. He sat down and continued, we'll be able to fall back even if we are ambushed at any moment. There is no risk of the enemy taking down the entire building to trap us in either, although it would be easy to snipe us. Owner, the usual. The bald owner placed a drink on the table and said, hey, do you know that we've only been an open-air bar like this because you were the one who blew up the building? Lafanta Egim replied, sorry, I do not remember. The bald man whispered to Kim Gong-ja, young man, I don't know what business you have with him, but just know that there are more than 600 guys around here who want to kill him. I would suggest not getting yourself involved with him any further, unless you have a death wish. Lafanta Egim interjected, it's actually 1,127. However, only 3 of them pose an actual threat to me. One of the 3 went missing 154 years ago, it seems. In other words, it's safer for the outsider to be involved with me than to stay away from me. The bald owner muttered as he walked away. Crazy bastard. Lafanta Egim turned to Kim Gong-ja and said, so, what is it that you wanted to talk to me about? Kim Gong-ja held his glass of water tightly and said, I'm a bit taken aback that you're suffering from memory loss. But I wanted to ask if you know about the Egim Empire you established long ago. That nation almost fell because of you. When you sealed away the goddess of protection, it gave the demon king of autumn rain a chance to grow stronger. In the empty places where you killed constellations, only despair remains. In a world called Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, the entire place is now a wasteland because of the curse left behind by the dead constellation. Another world, Samhain Academy story, was invaded by other constellations after the former one died. And Laviel Evancia, in that world. My wife, she became a constellation because of the fragment of the holy sword of protection that she inherited. Lafanta Egim nodded and said, I see. Thanks for telling me. I can confirm what you said is true, as I have cross-verified it with the contents of my journal. Kim Gong-ja, confused, asked, your journal? Lafanta Egim revealed a notebook and said, this is where I store all my memories. It might seem like an ordinary notebook, but it's actually a holy relic of a constellation called the Great Puppy. It has infinite pages and even a search feature. I write down everything I do here every day. Thanks to this, I have not lost myself despite the memory loss. Kim Gong-ja stared as Lafanta Egim continued. As you said, in the past, I did establish a nation called the Egim Empire. In that empire, I sealed away the constellation Goddess of Protection, who was with me all my life. The world you mentioned, called Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, aligns with the description of the world I recorded on page 236. It's where I killed the yellow dragon of the Great Lake. This Samhain Academy story corresponds to the entry I made on page 30,215. Did you say that the fragment of the Goddess of Protection, the prayer sword, was passed down as a family heirloom? Kim Gong-ja muttered to himself. Yes. Lafanta Egim said, ah, that explains why. There was a time when I shared a bed with a woman in that world. I believe this Laviel Evancia you mentioned is a distant descendant of both that woman and me. You might possess skills similar to historian or trauma peeping, but you cannot use them on me, as I do not have the past in my head in the first place. Furthermore, there is no possibility that you could have stolen this relic to read it, since it's written in a code only I know. In conclusion, outsider, I acknowledge that what you've said so far is the truth. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I came here to make you pay for your past sins. Lafanta Egim said, so, what reward do you want from me? Kim Gong-ja said to himself, countless innocent people were sacrificed at the hands of your petty beliefs. But what is this? Kim Gong-ja, startled, asked, what? Reward? Lafanta Egim said, a reward for pointing out my wrongdoings. Kim Gong-ja pressed, and you are aware of what you have done wrong? Lafanta Egim replied, of course. I made 2 mistakes. First, I failed to consider the possibility that a new constellation might take the place of a dead one. Second, I underestimated the fact that a dead constellation can curse a world. Is that all? Kim Gong-ja crushed his glass of water in anger. Lafanta Egim said, it was intentional that other constellations would invade a world where one had died. That just meant I would have to kill those invaders, which would only help me decrease their numbers. He scribbled in his journal and continued, therefore, those 2 are my only wrongdoings. I've written it all down. Such errors will not happen again. I want to reward you as a token of gratitude for this advice you've given me. Advice? Gratitude? Kim Gong-ja's voice rose. The innocent people who lived in Jianggu died. They became Jiangshis. The goddess of protection flinched as Kim Gong-ja continued. There was an old man who died on a ship alone in the waters because he did not want to burden anyone else in his death. There was a child who helped the other kids survive. Each one of them suffered a terrible death. Let me ask you something, Constellation Killer. What do you think about that? Lafanta Agim, with a straight face, said, Nothing. Like I said, it's definitely my error that I didn't consider the consequences of killing a constellation. However, mistakes happen. I can only reward you for telling me the error in my ways. Kim Gongja grinned in anger, his frustration barely contained. Kim Gongja said, Then what if I were to say that the reward I want is for you to die by my hand? Lafanta Agim replied, That is a reward I am unable to give you. I have a duty to eliminate all constellations. I must keep working until I have fulfilled that role. Kim Gongja retorted, How greedy. Why is it even your duty in the first place? Lafanta Agim said, I cannot answer that. Kim Gongja pressed, I thought you would say that. Why? Is it because you think I wouldn't understand the reasoning behind your noble duty? Lafanta Agim said, I cannot answer that either. Kim Gongja said, Then can you at least answer this? If you need to eliminate all constellations, why are you using a constellation's holy relic? It doesn't really make sense, does it? Lafanta Agim said, I can answer that question. I intend to destroy it after getting rid of all constellations first. Kim Gongja countered, What about the fact that another will appear to take the spot of the dead constellation? Lafanta Agim said, I have thought of something for that, but I cannot tell you. This conversation is dragging on too long. I cannot die, as I have already said. My duty has yet to be accomplished. Kim Gongja put his dagger back into his pouch and took out the handkerchief that the Lady of the Silver Lily, Raviel Ivancia, had given him. Lafanta Agim continued, So tell me another reward that you want. Kim Gongja smelled the handkerchief and said, Phew. All right, then do me a favor. Lafanta Agim asked what? Kim Gongja said, Protect me no matter what happens, as long as I am on the 50th floor. I'm not asking you to just keep me alive. Protect me from injuries, whether physical or mental. Of course, you can't try to loop around it by kicking me out of the 50th floor. Lafanta Agim said, You want me to act as your bodyguard? Kim Gongja said, Something like that. Lafanta Agim said, I don't know what you're thinking. According to our conversation so far, you value justice. Not only that, you possess wisdom and martial prowess. The suggestion you have just made does not align with your personality. Kim Gongja smirked and said, Aha, does that mean you can't do it? He continued, You won't die. You won't give up on your duty. Now you can't even protect me while I'm on the 50th floor? Amazing. What can you even do as a reward for me then? Lafanta Agim said, I am just considering the possibility of a trap in your suggestion. Kim Gongja said, What if there is a trap? You seem pretty confident in your skills. I'm sure you can get out of it even if there was one. Lafanta Agim stared at Kim Gongja for a moment and then said, All right, I'll record your suggestion on page 1. That will dictate my actions. Kim Gongja thought to himself, he fell for it. He then said to the Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor replied, Huh. Kim Gongja asked, You said you destroyed one of those mage towers 150 years ago, right? The Sword Emperor rubbed his chin and said, Yep. It's one of the top 6 things I'm most proud of. Kim Gongja asked, What did you say while destroying it? Do you remember? The Sword Emperor grinned. Oh, of course. As he reminisced, he said, Back then I yelled, Hey, dumbasses! You got to refresh the air inside the building sometimes. It's not good to stay inside every day, all day. I'm feeling nice. I'll give you a free remodeling service today. In the present, the Sword Emperor added, Why? What are you planning to do? Kim Gongja remained silent, looking into the distance. The Sword Emperor nudged him. Hey, zombie. I told you not to look over there. They're going to know if you look for more than 23 seconds. You can't beat those guys at your level right now. Or what? Are you planning to have them kill the Constellation Killer? Even those guys won't attack him. Huh? Hey, Kim Zombie, turn away. Suddenly, a voice echoed. Microphone test. Who are you over there looking at us? You seem like a noob too. I'll be nice this time since it's your first time. If you want to live in peace here, turn away. You might die otherwise. Kim Gongja smirked and shouted, Hey, dumbasses. The voice responded, Huh? Don't you even value your life? What the hell are you? Kim Gongja cut them off. You've got to refresh the air inside the building sometimes. It's not good to stay inside every day, all day. I'm feeling nice. I'll give you a free remodeling service today. Ha ha! The Sword Emperor shouted, Are you out of your damn mind? As he spoke, multiple eyes turned toward them, and a woman screamed, Sword Emperor, you're back. I knew you'd return someday. Even when everyone was saying you were dead, I never believed it. Are you possessing someone? Have you been reincarnated? No matter, we will kill you. Kim Gongja stood silently with a smile and turned to Lafanta Agim. You promised, right? Protect me. Lafanta Agim said, I see. I have understood the logic behind your actions. You brought in external forces after deciding that you alone wouldn't be enough to defeat me. I thought it wouldn't be possible for a beginner who just arrived on the 50th floor to gather support. But I was mistaken. I must consider this possibility the next time I encounter a beginner. In the chaos, a man shouted, Shit! Run! Transmit! Another yelled, Did all those spiders take drugs together or what? The bald owner added, Hey, Constellation Killer, I'm putting the remodeling fees on your tab again, so don't forget about it, write it down, and pay for the scrolls too. Lafanta Agim replied calmly, Understood. I have written it down. As promised, I will do my best to protect the outsider. He closed his notebook and added, Vision and hearing optimized. Kim Gongja turned to see a massive fireball in the sky. Lafanta Agim said, In return, I will discard an hour's worth of my memories. He stepped forward, grabbing Kim Gongja and pulling him away. Kim Gongja thought to himself, It feels like we're just walking slowly. The lady maid shouted in frustration, Hey, you sadistic constellation, what are you doing here? Get lost. The guy with you is someone we need to take revenge on. If you don't want to make an enemy out of us, leave now. Lafanta Agim said, I request that we resolve this through conversation. The lady mage snapped, Conversation, my ass! Get lost, you lunatic! Lafanta Agim replied, I must protect this outsider no matter what. That includes his physical and mental well-being. There is no negotiation on this. Scanning his journal, he continued, According to the records, the Mage Tower is a very selfish organization. They may be persuaded if I utilize that. I'm someone who can cause serious damage on your end. Negotiate with me. The lady mage turned to her companion. Can someone tell me how much memory he has right now? A voice from her team replied, Monitoring Teams Hong Bosuk reporting. The Constellation Killer currently has 7 days worth of memories. The lady mage cursed. It just had to be a week. No matter, kill them both. From this point onward, the Mage Tower declares war. All 5 fingers hunt the Constellation Killer and the Sword Emperor. Lafanta Agim said, The negotiation is null then. Search, Mage Tower. Subsearch, battle. Detailed search, how to destroy. He scanned his journal, tied up his long silver hair, and declared, I am entering battle. The lady mage ordered, Leaders, surround them. Singers, sing from the back lines. A young mage saluted, Yes, ma'am. The Sword Emperor observed, Oh, I haven't seen that one in a while. That's the star-resembling singing. Kim Gongja asked, Star-resembling singing? The Sword Emperor explained, See how there are 5 towers? There's one constellation sealed under each tower. They're basically imprisoned. The Mage Tower uses their powers in the form of a song. A system notification appeared. Warning, you have been set as the target of the attack. Warning, the force of your aura has been halved. Warning, the force of your magic spells has been halved. Warning, the force of your psychological defense has been halved. Warning, penalties of all types have been doubled. The Sword Emperor muttered, As you can see, its effects are overpowered. That's called the spider web. That's why people call them spiders. Lafanta Agim calmly said, Ultimate attack, reinforce. In return, I will throw away my memories of how beautiful sunsets are. The mages shouted, recover! Recuperate! Fall back! A system notification appeared. The penalty effects have been eradicated. Lafanta Agim said, Ultimate attack, reinforce. In return, I will throw away my memories of the sound of rain. The mages screamed in pain. Kuh! The lady mage growled. Thumb ring destroyed. Pointer finger circle destroyed. It's difficult to maintain position. That lunatic. Psychopath. Constellation sadist. Her ally reported, Ma'am, we can't put up a fight against the Constellation Killer if he has a full week's worth of memories. The lady mage roared, Shut up and attack. Charge. Ultimate attack. Reinforce. As multiple spells shot toward Lafanta Agim, he stood resolute, his silver hair glowing in the chaotic light. With a swift motion, Lafanta Agim instantly cut down all the mages. A mage frantically reported, Middle finger ring destroyed. Ring finger ring destroyed. Pinky finger ring destroyed. The spell has been completely nullified, ma'am. Lafanta Agim calmly said, I will throw away my memories of the drink I just had. One of the mages screamed, He's targeting all the weak points of the rings. Which traitor sold our secrets? Lafanta Agim added, I will throw away my memories of the street I walked yesterday. I will throw away my memories of how it felt. The Sword Emperor observed, How is it? He fights completely differently from how you fight, doesn't he? The techniques he's using are also a type of demonic art. The demonic heaven divine art you use is reliant on memory, memories of hunger, isolation. It's the opposite for the constellation killer, who discards memories instead. Watch closely. Someday you'll have to fight like that too. Lafanta Agim muttered, I will throw away my memories of walks under the warm sky. The Sword Emperor continued, the constellation killer has at most a week's worth of memories, or as little as a single day. He doesn't let himself keep any more because, as soon as he accumulates a week's worth, he goes on a hunt to kill a constellation. In essence, he only needs a week of memories to take down a constellation. Memory loss disorder? Not exactly. He's sacrificing his memories to fulfill his duty. The goddess of protection interjected. Sparkly cannot bear to watch its former owner fight. Sparkly is reminiscing. He didn't used to fight like this in the past. Sparkly does not understand when and why he began fighting this way. A young mage stammered, Ma'am, I told you. We don't stand a chance against the constellation killer when he has a full week of memories. If we waste any more mana now, we'll suffer immense losses. The monitoring team has reported that the constellations are noticing something's wrong. They might invade while we're vulnerable. The lady mage gripped her magic hat tighter in frustration. R. She turned her glare toward the Sword Emperor. Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor, Sword Emperor. The Sword Emperor chuckled. Goodness, I'm still popular even after my death, huh? See, zombie? This is why being too popular can be a problem. The lady mage snarled. So you formed an alliance with the constellation killer. Just you wait, we will hunt you down no matter what it takes. This fight is over, but next time, we will kill you. Lafanta Agim turned to Kim Gongja. I have kept my promise to you, outsider. But based on my observations, I've fallen into your trap. I may have won the battle, but I only have a day's worth of memories now. Weakening me must have been your intention. The Sword Emperor warned, don't fall for it. He's just stalling for time. Lafanta Agim replied, you're right, I intend to kill you. However, I cannot attack you as promised. What a dangerous situation we're in. If you truly are the Sword Emperor or his successor, as the Mage Tower Master claimed, then this situation is especially precarious. Kim Gongja stepped forward. My name is Death Sovereign. I am the successor to the demonic cult and a member of the Avancia household. Lafanta Agim asked, what is the demonic cult? Kim Gongja answered, a sword that responds to all screams. What is the successor? A sword that is wielded first. What is the Death Sovereign? The name of the person who will kill you. Lafanta Agim tilted his head slightly. Death Sovereign, do you recall the days when you were hungry? It is written in my diary, but I have no memory of feeling hunger myself. Kim Gongja's gaze sharpened. That will be the cause of your downfall. Without another word, he charged forward, his blade glinting in the light as he aimed for Lafanta Agim. In a different timeline, the goddess of protection said to Lafanta Agim, are you awake? Lafanta Agim said, where am I? The goddess of protection said, you have been fighting until just a moment ago. You fell for your enemy's trap. You were ambushed and at a great disadvantage, so you used the salvation sword for the first time. Lafanta Agim said, salvation. The goddess of protection said, yes, a power that saves you in return for something you give up. You threw away a part of your name. The goddess of protection thought to herself. That's when Kim realized what the gaps in his memories truly meant. Lafanta Agim said, I see. Yes, that's right. The goddess of protection thought to herself, he threw away a part of his name forever. In return, he received this scene in front of him. His enemy had been evaporated without a trace, and he managed to survive a situation that should have been impossible to escape. He was surprised to know that his name had such value. Lafanta Agim said, that's pretty nice. The goddess of protection thought to herself, for such a miracle to occur just from throwing away a part of his name. However, it wasn't just his name that was worthless to Kim. Lafanta Agim said, Hui. The goddess of protection said, yes, hero? She thought to herself his entire life before coming to this world was meaningless to him. Lafanta Agim said, I'll be able to save this world faster than I had imagined. Before that, let's make a new name for myself. Agim, Lafanta Agim, human of the wastelands. He is the sword that slays the stars in the heavens. He shall be admired. In the present, Kim Gongja was about to attack Lafanta Agim. As he made a slash, he thought to himself, generally speaking, starvation is the desperate hands of a child digging into the dirt. Lafanta Agim looked at Kim Gongja and said, maximize senses. I will throw away 1 hour. As he managed to cancel Kim Gongja's attacks, Lafanta Agim said, is this a martial technique using aura as your internal energy? It is said that a traditional martial artist obsesses over internal energy circulation techniques. He flipped his notebook and continued, I would assume that you learned this technique not in the orthodox Muram but rather in the unorthodox. I also assume this demonic cult that you mentioned is a part of the unorthodox Muram. Kim Gong-ja said, for a man who died of starvation because he could not drink the ocean water, the world was a desert. He used his skill, demonic heaven divine art, second form, sword of forethirst, as he struck the sand. Lafanta Agim said, this kind of fight is not good, Death Sovereign. You are a person who values justice. If your justice is built on logic, you would not harm M. Kim Gong-ja interrupted. Baraya. As his sword swung, he said, Baraya, Aga Baraya. He then used his skill, demonic heaven divine art, third form, sword of asphyxiation. Lafanta Agim said, reinforce interception, throw away the smell of the ocean. As they exchanged blows, Kim Gong-ja shouted, how long do you think you can stand against me? Lafanta Agim said, as long as I live. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, I get it now. This man is one of the endings I could have reached. A hero who has mastered the demonic arts to their ultimate limit. He used his skill, demonic heaven divine art, fourth form, sword of frostbite. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, 150 years ago, my guardian ghost met this man. That is why he had been so mad back then. As Kim Gong-ja remembered what the Sword Emperor had said, I will teach him how to be happy. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, the guardian ghost knew what would happen to a man who only knew how to throw himself away. If I didn't have the guardian ghost by my side, if I had not met Lavielle, and if I had believed that my memories were so worthless that I did not mind sacrificing them. Throw away my memories of both warm and cold breezes, Kim Gong-ja said. You mentioned justice, he shouted. Lafanta Agim said, I did. Kim Gong-ja demanded, then what is your justice? He used his skill, demonic heaven divine art, fifth form. Lafanta Agim said, it's to eradicate the constellations. As his sword bubbled up, he said, blub, blub. Then he used his skill, sword of poison death strike. Kim Gong-ja said, why? As Lafanta Agim's sword bubbled. Lafanta Agim said, a constellation is a being that takes the freedom of choice away from humans. Good is based on human freedom. Accordingly, constellations are evil since they intervene in human freedom. You said that you defeated a constellation called the Undying Evangelist of Happiness. The humans in that constellation's world would have been forced to live in joy. Under the hooves of the warhorse of the eternal plains, the world becomes a battlefield. There is no room for human freedom there. Kim Gong-ja said, then what are you? Lafanta Agim said, throw away the scent of every flower. Kim Gong-ja shouted, you're just doing what your journal tells you to. Where is the freedom in that? Lafanta Agim said, good point. I would answer that if one person can sacrifice their freedom to preserve everyone else's, then it is only right that they do so. I came to that conclusion of my own free will. Therefore, Kim Gong-ja shouted, bullshit. There's no point even if you smell flowers, look at sunsets, drink, eat, or feel the wind for a week. Kim Gong-ja used his skill. Demonic heaven divine art, sixth form, sword of disease. Kim Gong-ja said, you throw it all away, over and over. Lafanta Agim said, the constellations have an evil influence on the world. They infect the humans with their minds. Within it, the humans become one. There is no other choice. I am killing the constellations to give humans the freedom of choice. Kim Gong-ja said I am, asking you, how is what they're doing any different from what you're doing? Lafanta Agim said, throw away all my dreams from this week. Throw away the pain of injury. Throw away the scenery of the mornings, night, as he flipped the pages. Kim Gong-ja said, you're just following what's written in the journal. The constellations are better. They at least know what they're doing. You're just acting based on the text written on the pages. You're not the one who ends the constellations in the heavens. Constellation finisher. You're the constellation that ends the heavens. As Lafanta Agim as the heaven-finishing constellation, Kim Gong-ja said, if ending constellations is your only duty and calling, then finish yourself at first. Kim Gong-ja used his skill, demonic heaven divine art, ninth form, sword of end. Kim Gong-ja landed a hit on Lafanta Agim as the pages of his notebook flies. Kim Gong-ja looks at him seriously. Lafanta Agim said, throw away 1 second. Throw away 1 second. Throw away 1 second. Kim Gong-ja followed up with another stab, pinning Lafanta Agim to the ground. Kim Gong-ja said, Lafanta Agim, I am reaping your screams. Lafanta Agim said, throw away. As Kim Gong-ja ended Lafanta Agim, a system notification appeared. Shocked by the death of the constellation killer, the Eye of the Labyrinth is wary of you because of this unbelievable situation. The warhorse of the Eternal Plains is expressing shock at the death of the constellation killer. Your existence has been strengthened. Skill slots have been expanded. Your hunter rank is now B rank. May luck be on your side. Kim Gong-ja stood up. The mage was shocked and confused. What? Wait, the constellation killer died? Another person said, you're kidding. His friend said, the constellation killer? A girl asked, who's that? Her friend said, I think someone called him the Sword Emperor. Who's that? That crazy bastard was reincarnated. Kim Gong-ja carried the body of Lafanta Agim. He thought to himself, this is dangerous. I better get out of here before I receive more attention. Every single one of these guys probably has a higher level than me. I can't tell when they might ambush me once they realize I'm weaker than them. Kim Gong-ja said, transmit. As the others stared at Kim Gong-ja, he stopped walking, confused. He said again, transmit. He thought to himself, why is it not working? Now that I think about it, I didn't get the notification saying the stage has been cleared. The constellation killer is definitely dead. So why? What more am I supposed to do? Is it not enough to just kill the constellation killer? Is it because he isn't the owner of the 50th floor? A person asked, what's up with him? He's just standing there. A mage said, wait, my observation skills are telling me that his level is B rank. Kim Gong-ja began to sweat as another person said, B rank? Are you sure this isn't some sort of deceit? The constellation killer is at least S rank. There's no way he died to a B rank. Another person shouted, hey, someone talk to him. Is there no one here who was active while the Sword Emperor was alive? Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, this is bad. I'm missing something. The Sword Emperor said, what are you looking at me for? Kim Gong-ja said, be honest. You know something, don't you? The Sword Emperor said, I don't know what you're talking about. I've already given you all the advice I could. Kim Gong-ja thought that silver-haired guy, he was definitely the constellation killer. The Sword Emperor said, I had a proper fight with him. He was strong, but he wasn't strong enough to beat me. Kim Gong-ja thought he won too. Kim Gong-ja said, there's no way someone like you would have spared him. Sword Emperor, you're one crazy person, but you uphold honor when it comes to martial arts and the sword. My master was a kind person. But even then, you said he was representative of the demonic cult's evil doctrines and still slayed him. So, there's no way you wouldn't have killed the constellation killer when he's done much worse things than my master. The Sword Emperor smirked. Heh, this is why I like you. You need to be smart in order to be a hunter. Heh. When it comes to that, there are 3 qualities to look for: the intelligence to think of ways to overcome any situation, the courage to carry out that plan, and the ability to succeed with that plan. The constellation killer is a hunter, just like you. Lafanta Agim said, reinforce ultimate attack. Throw away the memories of a white flower I saw on the way here. As he attacked Kim Gong-ja, Lafanta Agim continued, I saw a man tending to a flower pot on the way here. The flower pot was small. The man's life was old and small as well, so I felt that his life could fit in that flower pot. I looked at the flower pot containing that old man's life for a while. If life could be contained anywhere, whether it's this flower pot or something else, then that is what I believe beauty is. Reinforce ultimate attack. Throw away my memories of the old man and the flower pot. A system notification appeared. The lonely truth seeker is overjoyed. The eye of the labyrinth is observing the situation. The warhorse of the eternal plains gives up trying to attack you, a man said. Constellation killer. I will, Lafanta Agim continued. I overheard people whispering in some alleyway. I could not tell what they were saying, nor could I write it off as white noise as I wanted to know about it. Something you cannot understand, yet desperately yearn to comprehend. I thought that was what beauty was. I thought the sounds in the alleyway were beautiful. I stepped on the earth as I walked. The ground felt hard. Good. I wondered if people would be kinder if they walked the earth barefoot, but that leaves you vulnerable to things like pieces of glass. A man who walks barefoot may be good, but in pain. Amongst you is someone who killed me. The most likely one would be the man who was carrying my body. The last time my death occurred was 153 years, 7 months, and 2 days ago. The hunter who killed me in the past, the Sword Emperor, was definitely more skilled than me. Because of that, I wrote on page 2 that I should run if I am to be killed by a stronger opponent. This is a lesson I learned after 3 fights and 3 deaths against the Sword Emperor. You dodged my 2 ultimate attacks. However, if you were a martial artist on the Sword Emperor's level, you would have counterattacked as soon as you dodged them. The Sword Emperor called his martial realm the all-seeing sword. You are not on that realm. It is hard to guess why I was killed by someone like you. It must mean that you are smart enough to turn the tables in your favor. A hunter who is smarter than me is dangerous. If you become stronger than me, you might become a hunter comparable to the Sword Emperor, a human weapon. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself. He prepared for a potential death. Lafanta Egim continued, I judge that you are not someone whom I can just leave alone. I will eradicate you. Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, by creating an extra body. The Sword Emperor said, welcome, as Lafanta Egim tied his hair into a ponytail. The Sword Emperor grinned. This is what it's like on the 50th floor and onwards. Kim Gong-ja cursed. Damn it, a doll that's a copy of himself? The Constellation Killer is, basically, a combat weapon. Lafanta Egim said, there were no witnesses in my fights against the Sword Emperor other than one constellation. That is because the Sword Emperor considered battles a sacred thing. He called it a duel. However, this death had many witnesses. It'd be difficult to kill them all. The Lady Mage, frustrated, muttered, crazy fucker. Lafanta Egim declared, so listen, this is for those who consider me an enemy, and for those who will consider me an enemy. I have obtained immortality. Even if you kill me now, I will stand in front of you again. I vow to kill anyone who kills me. And if it is an organization that kills me, I will eradicate that entire organization. I will kill you here to emphasize that my announcement is true. Reinforce ultimate attack. Throw away all the beauty of the world. Kim Gong-ja looked at the sword and thought to himself, it's me. The me who did not meet La Vielle, eyes void of fear, willing to sacrifice anything for conviction. In his memory, La Vielle's voice echoed, do not kill yourself without my permission. Even if you feel like you cannot avoid death, struggle until the very last moment. As Kim Gong-ja was struck by Lafanta Egim's sword, he shouted in pain and thought to himself, I admit it, you're a monster, you're stronger than me, you're just as cautious as I am. However, you're not the only one with second chances, Lafanta Egim. Kim Gong-ja smirked and grabbed Lafanta Egim's arm. As Kim Gong-ja fell, a system notification appeared, you have died. Your current hunter rank is B. The skill activation order will change due to reinforced penalties. Warning, reenacting the trauma of the foe who killed you. Extracting the materials needed for the reenactment from your memories. Penalty level is high. Animal realm. Kim Gong-ja silently fell. In a different scene at a classroom, the announcer's voice echoed. Announcement to students still on campus. Those who will not be attending night studies are asked to leave the campus. I repeat, there have been witnesses of students staying behind even after school hours. Please leave the campus if you have not signed up for the evening study program. Kim Gong-ja was shocked. He thought to himself, what? Suddenly the cult interrogator said, hey, get up. They're telling us to go home. Aha, it's not good for you to sleep in that position. It's almost time for the midterms, so I'm sure you're studying hard, but it'd be much better to sleep at home. Kim Gong-ja, confused, muttered, cult interrogator? The cult interrogator blinked. Huh? Cult interrogator? Kim Gong-ja slammed the table and stood up. Or are you Lady Golden Flower? Have you possessed the cult interrogator again? The cult interrogator, still confused, asked, possess? Are you still dazed from a dream? Kim Gong-ja frowned. This isn't good, Sword Emperor. I think something went wrong with the penalty when my hunter level went up. It used to be different before. I would see others' trauma like I was dreaming. His eyes widened. Sword Emperor. From outside, students' voices echoed, pass! Kim Gong-ja turned his head sharply. Hey, Sword Emperor, a student shouted, go! The cult interrogator sighed. Now, let's go home. I'm sure the student council president is waiting at the gates again. You shouldn't make your girlfriend angry. Kim Gong-ja tensed. It's begun. A trauma within a different trauma. A few moments later, the cult interrogator pushed Kim Gong-ja out of the classroom. Hurry, hurry. You should treat your girlfriend like a princess. You shouldn't make her wait. You're the protagonist of a romance that will go down in this school's history. Kim Gong-ja muttered. What the hell is going on? The cult interrogator grinned. I'm sure the student council president is waiting at the gates again. You shouldn't make your girlfriend angry. As he walked through the halls, Kim Gong-ja thought to himself, school. I did go to middle school for, 2 years. This place seems pretty similar to that. To get outside, Kim Gong-ja noticed a boy standing alone at the rooftop door. The boy turned his head slightly and glanced at him. Their eyes met. Kim Gong-ja flinched as the boy bowed slightly and walked away without a word. Whatever. Shaking his head, he left. At the school gate, Raviella Vanzia stood there, her silver hair catching the golden hues of sunset. She looked at him with cool eyes. You're a bit late today. Kim Gong-ja's breath hitched. His face flushed. He took an involuntary step back. Ravielle smiled faintly. It's a nice evening. The sunset looks even better with your face beneath it. Kim Gong-ja was frozen, unable to close his mouth. Ravielle reached out. her fingers gently cupping his chin, and closed his mouth for him. Perhaps the sunset glows red to hide the red on your cheeks. In the distance, students whispered, "Look over there, that guy. Ah, the one who confessed his love in front of everyone at the festival? I heard she's really rich. Look at that car. I'm so envious." Kim Gong-ja's mind was spinning. What the hell is this insane trauma? Raviel tilted her head. What's wrong? I do like that stupid look of yours, but you seem more confused than usual. Are you trying to appeal to me? Kim Gong-ja blurted out. You were the daughter of a wealthy family? His thoughts raced. Trying to show me? Raviel let out an elegant laugh. You're being strange, my beloved boyfriend. Kim Gong-ja's heart stopped. Boyfriend? Raviel chuckled. I've always been part of a wealthy family. In fact, I still am. Kim Gong-ja's thoughts were in chaos. Raviel just called me her boyfriend. What should I do? Record it? Take a video? Is there even a gadget that'll allow me to transport the video to reality? What the hell are scientists even doing? Trying to calm his pounding heart, he asked, Raviel, sorry, but how old are you? Raviel gave him a curious look. I'm in my second year of high school. Kim Gong-ja swallowed. What about me? Raviel turned to her butler. Make an appointment at the psychiatric hospital. It seems like my boyfriend is suffering from light amnesia. Then she added casually, You're the same age as me, of course. Kim Gong-ja's legs wobbled. Ah, dating Raviel while I'm in high school. What a great blessing. I'm the happiest man in the world. Raviel sighed. Butler canceled the appointment. He's the same as usual. Kim Gong-ja took a deep breath and smiled. I love you, Raviel. Even if I were born in another world again, I loved you in my past life and I love you in this life. To me, love will be spelled with the letters of your name. Raviel smirked. However, we do have a life to live. Get in. I'll give you a ride home. Kim Gong-ja hesitated. Home. Then a realization hit him like a tidal wave. My home. No, it can't be that. This world of trauma is definitely different from reality. Raviel gestured to her butler. Take us to his house. Kim Gong-ja gulped. I've never been to high school. I've never heard of this specific high school either. So, where are we going? Raviel Ivancia glanced at Kim Gong-ja as their car moved smoothly down the road. I heard that something big happened at your house yesterday. Kim Gong-ja blinked. Something big? Raviel studied his face. Do you not consider what happened a big deal? She sighed. Well, you never like to bring that topic up. Of course, I don't like them either. But family is family. Family, Raviel continued. I took care of things on my own, so tell your parents not to worry. Kim Gong-ja stiffened. My parents, Raviel corrected herself. No, I should tell them myself. Kim Gong-ja's heartbeat quickened. I have a home, and parents in this world? Kim Gong-ja's home. When the car pulled up, Kim Gong-ja stared at the house in front of him. I can't even guess what that'd be like. Before he could step inside, a voice boomed. You're home? A man was sweeping the ground with a broom, but not just sweeping, he was mastering it. His stance as sharp as a sword technique. The manliest man, the sword emperor. He clicked his tongue. Kya, your girlfriend gave you a ride home. Life must be nice. With a smirk, he puffed out his chest. You should thank me for your good looks. Kim Gong-ja froze. What? Raviel stepped forward gracefully and bowed. How have you been, sir? Kim Gong-ja felt his jaw drop. She just bowed to him? The sword emperor's face turned red and he flailed his hands. Goodness, don't bow down to someone like me, miss. Then he crossed his arms and squinted at Kim Gong-ja. Does my son behave well with you? Kim Gong-ja nearly choked. Son? He's kind, but he's a bit cuckoo in the head sometimes. Raviel smiled. It's all right. I value all sides of him. The sword emperor clapped his hands together, beaming. You're such a kind girl. Then his expression flipped. His eyes darkened. His voice dropped into a growl. Hey, you fucker. Bow down to her right now. Kim Gong-ja flinched. If you treat her wrong in any manner, I'm erasing you from the family register. Then, just as suddenly, he turned back to Raviel with a bright smile. Oh, do you want to stay over for dinner? I made some cockle salad. It's really good. Raviel nodded. Sure, if you don't mind. The sword emperor laughed heartily. Haha, you're such a nice person. Then he turned back to Kim Gong-ja and shouted, What the hell are you doing, Gong-ja? Why are you still standing? Do you need help getting down on the ground? Inside the home, So Bakyang sat at the dining table, reading a newspaper. Without looking up, she said, Welcome, Gong-ja. Then she turned a page. How was school today, son? Kim Gong-ja's entire body tensed. His bag slipped from his fingers and thudded against the floor. What? So Bakyang glanced at Raviel. I see you've brought your partner home. Welcome, Miss Ivancia. Lavielle smiled. Please call me Lavielle, ma'am. I'd feel much better. Kim Gongja's mind reeled. She's my mom? So Baekyang hummed. Is that so? All right. It's hard to understand kids these days. The Sword Emperor snorted. You're so daft, babe. You think Gongja invited her in? He pointed proudly at himself. I seduced her with my cockle salad. Kim Gongja's eyes twitched. Babe? So Baekyang sighed and glanced at him. Aha, you're right, honey. We shouldn't expect such boldness from our son. Kim Gongja's brain short-circuited. Honey? The Sword Emperor suddenly clapped his hands together. I also just finished the miso soup. On the television, a news anchor spoke, her voice serious. Next up, regarding the popular singer Yoo Soo-ha. Kim Gongja's ears perked up. Yoo Soo-ha. The screen shifted to footage. The following clip is of Yoo Soo-ha's assault incident. However, we just received intel this morning that this video was faked. Kim Gongja's breath hitched. Shockingly, it was a confession from the creator of the video. The creator confessed that they made it as a joke and that they did not know it'd be this big of a deal. However, the tour of Yoo Soo-ha's group has already been canceled, and he won't be able to do much for the foreseeable future. Kim Gongja felt a chill crawl up his spine. At the dining table, So Baekyang sighed. Ha! Looks like there's a lot to talk about at dinner. Then she turned to him. Gongja, bring your brother. Let's all eat together. Kim Gongja's stomach dropped. His throat felt dry. Where is he? So Baekyang sipped her tea. In your room. Kim Gongja turned his head toward his bedroom door. A heavy silence filled the air. Slowly, carefully, he stepped toward it. His hands trembled as he reached for the knob. He gently pushed the door open. A dim light illuminated the room. He peeked inside, and his heart stopped. A figure sat on his bed. Dark hair, cold eyes, a familiar smirk. Kim Gongja's body locked up as an icy jolt ran down his spine. The figure leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. Then with a slow, wicked grin, he said, Long time no fucking see. Yoo Soo-ha, while lying on Kim Gongja's bed, said, Hey, did you see the news? I'm totally screwed. All I did was hit my stalker once because he was pissing me off, but somehow it got recorded. That almost put me into retirement, dude. For fuck's sake, good thing he tucked his tail and ran. Phew, mom's gonna beat my ass. He looked at Kim Gongja while getting chips all over the bed and said, Huh? Are you okay? You don't look good, dude. Kim Gongja, filled with anger, shouted, Die, you fucker, and assaulted Yoo Soo-ha. Yoo Soo-ha stammered, Are you out of your damn mind? Hey, calm down. Kim Gongja yelled, How can I calm down when you're calling my master mom? As he choked Yoo Soo-ha, he shouted, D. Yoo Soo-ha screamed, Mom, Gongja's beating me up. Kim Gongja, still furious, shouted, Don't call her mom. A few moments later, after the smackdown between Kim Gongja and Yoo Soo-ha, they sat at the dining table, both beaten up. Lavielle Ivancia spoke, I know I may have crossed a line, but I took care of my brother-in-law's incident. Things like this need to be handled early, or you'll have to wait for time to bury it. Normally, the latter is preferred, but I was on time this time around. Kim Gongja thought to himself while looking at Lavielle Ivancia's hands. Her hands are so pretty. Lavielle Ivancia continued, Nothing has happened legally as a consequence yet, and the concert is planned for 10 days later. So Baekyang said, I'm a little taken aback. I know you're willing to do things for Gongja, but as you already know, Gongja and Soo-ha are not on good terms. What reason did you have to help Soo-ha by using your family's authority? Lavielle Ivancia responded, I just wanted to show you two. So Baekyang interrupted, Show us what? Lavielle Ivancia said, I believe that you two are underestimating our love. Perhaps you see it as just a wealthy girl's fling, a school romance. Whether you think of it in a negative or positive way, I assume that is how you have judged our relationship. However, I plan to think of you as my family. Of course, there are some in my family who are against this relationship, but I'm willing to crush those voices. As So Baekyang and the Sword Emperor listened, Yoo Soo-ha, barely conscious, opened his eyes. Lavielle Ivancia held Kim Gongja's hands and said, I took care of this incident to show you two what I am capable of, as well as my preparedness. Please allow us to get married. So Baekyang said, My son doesn't deserve you, thank you. Seems like I didn't do a terrible job raising him. Yoo Soo-ha exclaimed, Holy shit, then are we going to be in-laws with billionaires? Wah, I'm gonna retire. Hey, sis-in-law, could you help us debut in China? Lavielle Ivancia cut him off. If you get into trouble again, I'm erasing you from the family register, Soo-ha. Yoo Soo-ha, confused, said, Eh? La Vieille Evancia added, "No, that won't do. Go to the person you assaulted and beg for their forgiveness. I won't consider you my son until you do so." Yu Su-ha stammered, "Mom?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Home, parents." The Sword Emperor laughed, "Ha ha ha ha. Looks like I'll have to get you a suit." Kim Gongja thought again, "Things I did not have. Why?" So Baikyang asked, "Did you do the math homework?" Yu Su-ha panicked, "We had homework." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "Why is this the Constellation Killer's trauma?" A student asked, "We have a quiz today, right?" Suddenly the demonic generals greeted Kim Gongja, "Good morning." Kim Gongja, confused, said, "The 4 demonic generals." The spirit flame demon said, "Huh? We're the 4 heavenly kings of Shinseo Middle and High School." Kim Gongja thought, "What the hell? Are you telling me the 4 demonic generals are bullies in this world?" The sword demon said, "Hey guys, what's the point of being bullies? You should focus on your studies instead. No, screw that. Just give up bullying. We've been good recently." A girl stood terrified in the back. The sword demon continued, "You've been telling us to calm down ever since you started dating the queen. We gave up all our errand boys and girls because of that." Kim Gongja said, "You guys call Lavielle the queen? What the hell? Don't make it seem like doing the bare minimum is praiseworthy. And what's with the 4 heavenly kings nickname?" The sword demon replied nervously, "You're scaring us." A few moments later, in the classroom, Liao Fan said to Anastasia, "Arms straight," she said, "Bow to the teacher." "Hello," Liao Fan said, "Yo," as he took out a plastic crate. He tossed it to Anastasia and said, "Class rep, collect all the phones." She replied, "Okay." Liao Fan warned, "If any of you try to hide yours, you're dead meat. You understand?" Kim Gongja grinned in anger and thought to himself, "Viper is the teacher." As Anastasia collected the phones, she asked Paladin, "It's turned off, right?" She placed her phone in the crate and said, "Yeah." Kim Gongja stared at them and thought, a holy knight giving up his phone to the Black Dragon leader. What a scene to behold. As Anastasia walked past Kim Gongja, he hesitated before saying, "Here, class rep." Anastasia said, "What?" Kim Gongja said, "You didn't take my phone." She looked back at Kim Gongja and said, "Looks like the queen has made a man out of you." Kim Gongja was confused. Liao Fan suddenly shouted, "Wow, I've never seen Kim Gongja turn in his phone. Everyone, look, all you need to fix a person is love. You should all look for your own love once you get to college." Paladin said, "Kim Gongja said he's gonna go to Seoul University. He was serious too." Nisha said, "Huh, that's weird. He told me he's going to Oxford. He said the student council president was going overseas to study, so he's going to follow her no matter what." Liao Fan said, "So his backup college is Seoul University, and Oxford is where he really wants to go. Wow, Kim Gongja, you're a man of high standards." As Anastasia placed the crate on Liao Fan's table, Nisha said, "Be careful, class rep. He might steal the first place position in class from you." Anastasia said, "That's none of your business." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "This feels strange. Everyone's wearing uniforms, but I know them all. Except for one person. That kid is." Suddenly, the master alchemist peeked into the classroom and said, Excuse me. Your first class is math. Would it be okay if I begin?" The students responded, "Yeah." Kim Gongja thought to himself, "I'm not even surprised anymore." Master alchemist said, "We're beginning a new unit today." A few hours later, outside, a kid called out, "Gongja, why are you always just studying nowadays? Play with us." The hungry maiden said, "Let's play soccer." Kim Gongja rubbed his head and said, "Yeah, let's play." As they started playing, he thought to himself, "I don't get it. Now I'm going on watch from a distance." Kim Gongja continued thinking, why is this traumatic for him? Everyone's alive. The guardian ghost isn't a ghost here either. Master is alive. The Flame Emperor's shitty personality hasn't changed, but he's alive as a whiny son too. Even the hungry demon and Lady Golden Flower. Doesn't this seem cozy and happy? What part of this world is hell to him? Suddenly, Lavielle Avancia called out, "There you are, boyfriend. You seem worried. I was wondering what you were up to since you weren't answering my messages." Kim Gongja blushed. Lavielle Avancia said, "It's not good to make your partner worry." Kim Gongja took out his phone. Sorry. I forgot to turn it back on after getting it back. I just have a lot on my mind right now." Lavielle Avancia kissed him and said, "What could that be?" "It would be nice if I was the only thing on your mind." Kim Gongja hesitated. "Lavielle, do you know my parents' names?" Lavielle Avancia replied, "Of course. Your mother's name is So Baikyang and your father is." Kim Gongja thought to himself, of course. "It's because I don't know the guardian ghost's real name." Lavielle Avancia looked at him in confusion. "Babe?" Kim Gongja thought, if this was a dream, There is no way something I don't know would be applied here. Even when I checked the student attendance list during break, I couldn't read most of the names, including the guild leaders. Kim Gonja said, Lavielle, this might be sudden, but I feel a little anxious. You are the daughter of a wealthy family. Logically, there is no way you would want to be with someone like me. Lavielle Evancia looked worried. Your words are making me anxious. What are you talking about? Kim Gonja held her soft, delicate hands. Well, perhaps this is all. Suddenly, his phone rang. As he looked at the screen, a message appeared. You killed me. Don't forget that. You are the one who killed me. The sender was Kim. Suddenly, a woman screamed, Ah! Kim Gonja and Lavielle Evancia ran toward the commotion. A girl pointed. Look over there. Her friend stammered. What should we do? Shouldn't we call a teacher? Another girl asked. What is he trying to do? I don't know. It looks like he's going to kill himself. What do we do? Someone call a teacher. Lavielle Evancia gasped. Ah, this isn't good, Gonja. Call 119. I'm going up there to try and change his mind. She ran into the building. Kim Gonja, panicking, muttered, Oh, 119, 119, as he frantically pressed the buttons on his phone. Suddenly, a phone fell to the ground. As he finished dialing the emergency number, he looked up. Lafanta Agim stood at the edge of the building. He muttered one word, Die. Kim Gonja's eyes widened. That bastard's out of his mind. The crowd panicked. A girl screamed, Ah! A boy's voice cracked from puberty as he yelled, Yui! Another girl shouted, Teacher! Teacher! Few moments later, a student took a picture. Click. Kim Gonja turned, his anger rising. Don't take pictures. The students ignored him and kept taking photos. What are you all doing? Stop taking pictures. I said stop. I told you to fucking quit it. Stop. Stop looking. His phone vibrated. Another message appeared. You killed me. Don't forget that. You're the one who killed me. Lavielle Evancia's voice rang from above. But Gonja, you were the one who killed him. A few moments later, Marcus addressed the public. As you all know, there was a rather unfortunate incident lately. But I trust you all. A girl applied makeup while speaking. Did you see the message he sent? Isn't that insane? Her friend nodded. Right? He was always a strange kid, though. The Sword Emperor said, Don't mind the kids talking badly about it. They're just cowards who would never say anything to your face. Yu Su-ha added, Yeah, fights are bound to happen in life sometimes, you know? It wasn't even that big of a deal. Why did he kill himself because of it? That's some attention-seeking kind of shit. Hey, call the 4 heavenly kings over. I want to game. Liao Fan said, Yeah, I'm grieving too, I am, but this is a very important time for all of you. Once you're in your 3rd year, time will pass like nothing. Your future will basically be decided this year, so really think hard about your priorities. Anastasia said, I understand, as she glanced at Lafanta Agim's table. A system notification appeared. Repeating trauma. Penalty level is high. Animal realm. The school speakers crackled to life. Attention, students still on campus. There have been sightings of students staying behind even after school hours. Please leave the campus if you have not signed up for the evening study program. The Heresy Inquisitor groaned. Hey, get up! They're telling us to go home. Suddenly, Kim Gonja stood up. The Heresy Inquisitor flinched. Ah, Kim Gonja thought to himself, I get it now. This is definitely the trauma of the constellation killer, Lafanta Agim. It's just that. The Heresy Inquisitor scolded, You can't run in the hallways. Kim Gonja kept thinking, my memories have been layered over his nightmare like a skin in a game. The same situations, the same roles, the role I was given, damn it. He sprinted toward the rooftop, then suddenly stopped. Lafanta Agim stood at the fire exit. Kim Gonja narrowed his eyes. You, he thought to himself, is to be the perpetrator. Kim Gonja asked, Why are you bowing to your fellow classmate? Lafanta Agim blinked. Sorry? Kim Gonja held out his hand. Your phone. Pass it over for a second, please. Lafanta Agim hesitated, then handed it to him. Kim Gonja flipped it open. 47 unread messages. One message read, I feel so bad for the junior students of our school, TT. They have to call you their senior. Have you ever considered their feelings? Another, Hey, are you ignoring me? TT. Another, Shocker. There's a student in school who doesn't wash his uniform. Another, I saw how fucking happy you were when I greeted you that one time in the hallway. LOL. It was embarrassing though. I was only doing it because of a bet. Don't think of me as your friend, TT. Another, lives in the school trash yard. He recycles all of his uniforms and shoes too. But the one thing that cannot be recycled, another, see you after class, LOL. Kim Gonja snapped the Motorola Razr shut. Why, do you even bring your phone around? He asked. Just don't carry it with you. Lafanta Agim stared at him silently. Then he said, "You said you were going to kill me if I didn't." Kim Gonja sighed. "Then just throw it out. There's nothing anyone can do if you just say you lost it." Lafanta Agim shook his head. "This is a phone you gave me. It's your old phone. My family is poor. You even pay for the fees. You said that, in return, I have to come whenever called. You said you'd kill me if I lost it too. Can I really throw it out?" A few moments later, "I'm sorry, Laviel," Kim Gonja said. "I don't think I can go home with you today." Laviel Avangia smiled slightly. "You're so mysterious sometimes. I find it impressive, though. Do as you wish. Is there anything I can help with, perhaps?" Kim Gonja shook his head. "Not yet, but if there is, I'll let you know right away." Laviel kissed his forehead gently. "I believe you, always." Kim Gonja turned to Lafanta Agim. "Let's go." Lafanta Agim looked wary. "Where to?" Kim Gonja thought to himself, "I don't know where to start untangling this mess, but I need to do something different in order to end this trauma. First, I'll start with the things I can do. Your house." In the past, a boy muttered, "The director half-asses things too much. Our birthdays are all on January 1st, too." Their friend, Kim Hanbiya, sipped his bottle of Yakult and said, "He's just too lazy to have multiple birthday parties." Another friend frowned. "And what's with our names? What the heck is Kim Manga?" Kim Hanbiya shrugged. "Hey, at least having the last name Kim makes it sound a bit more natural for you guys. I'm Kim Hanbiya. Should have just gone with Hanbiya." Kim Gonja thought to himself, "I've been thinking about this for a long time." Out loud, he said, "I think the director just doesn't care." But as he formed relationships while climbing the tower, his thoughts shifted. Maybe his attitude wasn't exactly indifference. A few years later, Kim Gonja asked, "Why are you like this, director?" He thought to himself, "I think he was always being careful not to love us excessively." "Do you not love us?" he asked. The director simply responded, "Just wait, one day." That was always his answer whenever he was asked a serious question. The director sighed. "You asked me yesterday why I don't love you guys a bit more." "Yes," Kim Gonja replied hesitantly. The director looked at him. "Gonja, it's easy for people to try and appear impressive, to pretend to be smart, strong, kind, to act like they genuinely know something. Everyone wears a mask. And while there isn't necessarily a need to take it off, if you get too used to it, one day you'll forget you're even wearing one. That's what it means to get intoxicated. Think about it. If I showed my annoyance in front of you guys, what would you think?" Kim Gonja answered, "The director must be stressed today." "Exactly." The director nodded. "I'm someone who sometimes gets annoyed at you. You all know that very well. But do you get it? You know me for who I am. But what if I were someone who always said, 'I love you. You are the apples of my eye. I treasure nothing more than you'? What if I always hugged you and showered you with affection? And then one day, I got annoyed at you? How would you feel?" Kim Gonja stayed silent. The director continued, "You would think, why is the director getting mad at us? He said he loves us the most. Maybe we did something wrong. Even if I only got mad once a year, Gonja, that would be 10 times in 10 years. Even if you only remembered half of those moments, that would still be 5 times. And those 5 memories would be enough to shape someone's character. That's why. Remember me as someone who gets annoyed easily. Someone too lazy to even throw a birthday party. Because that's the truth. Don't blame yourselves. You didn't do anything wrong. Don't let someone like me twist your perception of yourselves. You can become tougher. I hope you grow into strong people." Kim Gonja stared at the wall. A framed oath hung there. Social worker oath. "So that everyone can live a beautiful life, with the foundation of human dignity, justice, and faith in society, I will work with individuals, families, organizations, groups, communities, and the greater society. I will always stand by those who are isolated and in pain. I will protect their rights and interests, reject the injustices and negativity of society, and prioritize public benefits over personal gain. I will abide by the social worker's code of ethics and dedicate myself to being an ethical and responsible social worker. I swear on my free will and honor to carry this out." In a different scene, Kim Gonja said, "Your house." Kim Gonja's thoughts, he thought to himself. Since the difficulty level of the trauma has increased, did it transform into a system where I have to resolve the trauma itself? If so, I want to find and meet the Constellation Killer's parents first, and apologize. Kim Gonja tightened his grip on Lafanta Agim's wrist. Lafanta Agim simply said, "Okay." At Lafanta Agim's house a few moments later, they arrived at Lafanta Agim's home. "Here, my house," Lafanta Agim muttered. The surroundings were filled with garbage. Kim Gonja glanced at Lafanta Agim's phone screen. A message read, "Lives in a dump. His indoor shoes and clothes are all recycled. The only thing that isn't recyclable trash. Kim Gongja asked, "What about your parents? Are they at work?" Lafanta Agim replied, "Father collects junk and sells it." "What about your mother?" Kim Gongja asked hesitantly. "I don't have one." Suddenly, a Jiangshi appeared. Staring blankly at Kim Gongja, he asked, "Are you Lafanta Agim's friend?" Kim Gongja shook his head. "No, I'm not." The Jiangshi frowned slightly. Kim Gongja took a deep breath. "I am the person who hit and bullied this child." The Jiangshi looked away. Kim Gongja thought to himself, it's too late. He doesn't even have a wick left on his heart to burn. As the Jiangshi started walking away, Kim Gongja hurriedly spoke. "Here's the evidence. If you look at my phone, you'll see the texts and..." He held out his phone. The Jiangshi glanced at it and said, "I see." Kim Gongja thought, this man does not have the power to take responsibility for the constellation killer. Taking a deep breath, he said, "I apologize. If you're okay with it, I'd like to take care of your child for the time being. I want to invite him to my place. Would that be all right?" The Jiangshi nodded indifferently. "Sure." Kim Gongja turned to Lafanta Agim. "Let's go. You heard him. Take what you need since you'll be staying at my place for a while." Lafanta Agim stood still. Kim Gongja asked, "What are you doing?" Lafanta Agim scoffed. "Since you're about to marry a rich girl, you're trying to clean up your past? Thinking there might be issues later? Smart." His voice turned sharp. "Or is this some new kind of play for you? If you want to play, just say so." "Should we go to the school field at night?" Kim Gongja was stunned. He lowered his head. "I'm sorry," Lafanta Agim sneered. "You've truly gone crazy, Kim Gongja. Just give me one day. Please, I'll do anything. Just endure for one more day." Kim Gongja thought to himself, it was just one more day out of the countless days I had left. But for the person in front of me, it was their last day. Lafanta Agim sighed. "Whatever, do as you please." Kim Gongja clenched his fists. "There's nothing I can do except beg and ask." At sunset, Kim Gongja stopped. "Please wait here for a moment." Lafanta Agim rolled his eyes. "Do what you want," I said. Ignoring him, Kim Gongja walked forward. "I'm back," he said. Sword Emperor turned to him. "You're home, son?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, the Sword Emperor, my partner. He's the one who taught me how to look forward. But in this world, he's my father. Sword Emperor looked puzzled. Oh, that's strange. It feels weird hearing you call me that. Not just weird. Awkward enough that it's giving me goosebumps. Are you drunk?" Kim Gongja shook his head. "Father." Sword Emperor blinked. "There's no way you raised me like this," Kim Gongja continued. "The father I know is impressive and terrifying. Sometimes you seem like a psychopath who only cares about himself. But you do know how to stand firm when you think, this isn't right. If you were truly my father, I never would have grown up like this. I never would have turned into a bully. Even if you left me half dead, you would have dragged me back onto the right path. And you would never have said that if I was bullying a weaker child." Kim Gongja remembered Sword Emperor's past words. There are a lot of bastards saying shit about that. Just ignore them. Kim Gongja clenched his jaw. "There's no way you would affectionately call someone like me your son. It's impossible. You are someone who swore to teach those who suffer how to find happiness. You are not the Sword Emperor." His voice grew cold. "Get out of my sight right now." The image of Sword Emperor flickered, and then it disappeared. Kim Gongja exhaled shakily. This is the true face of this world. As So Bakyang writes in her notebook, Kim Gongja approaches her. Kim Gongja said, "Master," and then he corrected himself, saying, "Mother." So Bakyang looks back, and he said to himself, by some strange fate. So Bakyang said, "How strange. It has been so long since you called me that." And he said to himself, "You became my master." So Bakyang looks back at her notes and said, "No, I cannot say that. You," Kim Gongja said, "I love you, mother. I wanted to see you again. There is someone I can love forever now. I did not know it was possible to love someone genuinely and to be loved in return. I wanted to introduce Lavielle to you before anyone else. I am sure you would have been a great friend to Lavielle. I am alive. I am trying to live the best life that I can too. And I think about the things you taught me often. I wanted to see you again." So Bakyang stood up and touched Kim Gongja's face and said, "Did you have a nightmare?" Kim Gongja said, "I am in one right now." So Bakyang said, "Life is no different from a dream. My son, do not be fooled by shallow words. Look into your heart whenever you can. No matter what name you call me by, I will stay as myself in your heart. The same goes for you, too." As they hugged each other, So Bakyang said, "Words are not what make a person. a person's worth is measured by the importance of those they hold dear. Kim Gonja cried and said, "There is no way you raised Yu Suha like that." So Bakyong said, "Yes." Kim Gonja said, "There is no way you would make dinner for someone who would resort to violence to resolve his anger. You would have kicked him out and taught him to be better than that before doing it too. Actually, you would have raised him to be a good kid in the first place." So Bakyong said, "Yes." Kim Gonja said, "So, you are not so Bakyong." So Bakyong said, "Live Gonja, live strong." As she slowly disappeared, she said, "Ew." Kim Gonja ran to the toilet. She vomited as Yu Suha said, "Did you get food poisoning? This is why I told you to watch what you eat. Do you want me to pat you on the back?" Kim Gonja looked back at him and said, "Yu Suha." Yu Suha said, "Did you throw up your brain too? That is not how you should address your older brother." Kim Gonja said, "You are one messed up piece of shit." Yu Suha, confused, said, "What?" Kim Gonja said, "Idol? Singer? Do you think you can handle a job like that, you fucking psychopath? You are not the type to pat your brother's back because he is throwing up." As he held Yu Suha's shoulder, he said, If you were that kind of guy, I would not have killed you." Kim Gonja said to himself, "Sometimes I have this dream." As Kim Gonja remembered that day, he said to Yu Suha, "Excuse me, but please help. I was attacked by W wolves. Please, just a potion." Kim Gonja said to himself, "I am the one who says that." As Yu Suha said, "Be careful next time then, for fuck's sake. I will not be able to get my fill for the day," Kim Gonja said to himself. And then Yu Suha says that, handing me a potion. A dream where I do not have to kill someone who was once my hero because the Yu Suha 11 years ago was still a good guy. Kim Gonja said, "You fucker, the place you belong is in my shadow. Do not even think about trying to launder your identity by moving to this hell." Kim Gonja said to himself, "This is not my home." Kim Gonja opened the door and said, "Come in." Kim Gonja said to himself, "This is not my world." As Lafanta Agim said, "Hello," while Kim Gonja dragged Lafanta Agim, he said, "Do not say hi to them. Ignore them even if they say something to you." Kim Gonja said to himself, "He is not surprised by the appearance of my family." Kim Gonja said, "This is my room. You can stay here for a while." Kim Gonja said to himself, perhaps to the constellation killer, "They always looked like spirits." Kim Gonja said, "If my parents or brother try to come in, do not open the door for them." Lafanta Egim said, "Stop talking to me so politely. It is weird and unpleasant. I do not know why you are doing all this. It is like you are scheming something." Kim Gonja said, "I do not care if that is what you think," as he closed the door. Esther said, "Hello? Huh? You are Suha's brother?" Kim Gonja said, "You are not an idol." A system notification said, "The reality factor of the trauma has decreased." A system notification said, "The files cannot be recovered." Liao Fan said, That is strange. It is rare to see you in the teacher's office." A system notification said, "Extracting damaged files from your memories." A system notification said, "Extracting damaged files from the natives." A system notification said, "Requesting files from Shrakua." As Master Alchemist said, "Gonja, why did you want to see me in an empty classroom?" A system notification said, "Failed." Marcus Kalenberry said, "I heard from the student council president that you wish to see me. What did you want to talk to me about?" Hellfire Maiden said, "Gonja, let's play soccer." A system notification said, "The reality of the trauma has decreased." A person whom Kim Gonja did not recognize said to him, "Dear Gonja." Kim Gonja was confused. He said to himself, "This is the constellation killer's world. The reality factor of the trauma has decreased." And then he said, "Laviel." As he stared at her, Raviel Evancia said, "Yes, I did feel that something was off. The fact that I insisted you call me Laviel, and the strange compulsive feeling that I have to be called by that name. More importantly, I cannot recall how you and I met. You confessed to me at last year's school festival, and that is how we began dating. However, I question whether that is the truth. Our love is not something like that. Our love is not so casual." Kim Gonja held Raviel Evancia's soft hands, and she said, "Kiss me right now." And they passionately kissed. Raviel Evancia said, "My heart is beating. There is no falsehood in my love. It is not just because of your looks and your eloquence that I love you this much. Shinseo Middle and High School's best couple in history? As if. We are the universe's best couple." Kim Gonja said, "Yes, if my love is not fake, then my memories must have been twisted. Either this is a dream or an illusion." Raviel Evancia said, "Gonja, am I dreaming of you, or are you dreaming of me?" Kim Gonja said, "I am dreaming of you. I am the only person you love." Raviel Evancia said, "Yes." Kim Gonja said, even if this is just a dream, I am the only one with the right to love and be loved by you. Raviel Ivanzia said, you are right, I praise you, my lover, you are very good at loving me. Now, close your eyes, do not open them no matter what. Call my name. Do you understand? I will be mad if you open your eyes. Kim Gonja said, Laviel Ivanzia, my beloved. He thought to himself, she does not want me to see her broken self. A system notification said, the reality factor of the trauma has decreased. Kim Gonja thought to himself, that is Ivanzia's way. Now, what is left is... He looked at Lafanta Agim feeding his rabbits. Kim Gonja said, come with me, there is no time. You did not go home? Kim Gonja grabbed Lafanta Agim's wrist. Lafanta Agim said, hey, wait. Kim Gonja pulled him. Lafanta Agim said, hey, what is wrong? Where are we going? Kim Gonja said, somewhere you can have a better life. Lafanta Agim said, I do not know what you are talking about. Do you know that you have been acting really strange lately? What are you so scared of? You were never the type to actually put effort into things. Kim Gonja said, I promised someone that I would give my all in life no matter what happens. My master continued to fight even when the world ended. My lover continued to protect her nation even when she was stuck in a loop. I am trying hard now because I want to stay with people like them. Lafanta Agim, confused, said, Master, a teacher, what are you talking about? Kim Gonja said, there was someone who continued to devote his life to a cause he believed was right, even though it meant he would have to throw away parts of himself. As they walked past Anastasia, she looked at the men's room and muttered, is this the place? Kim Gonja thought to himself, the last person whom I have yet to break down. He grabbed her delicate wrist. She was shocked and confused. Kim Gonja said, you come along too. You cannot be here right now. A system notification said, warning. A system notification said, the reality factor of the trauma has decreased. A system notification said, the trauma cannot be maintained. Anastasia said, Kim Gonja, what? Hey, where are we going? Lafanta Agim said, I feel nauseous. As Kim Gonja opened the fire exit, sparks came out. Anastasia said, well, wait, it is against the school rules to come up here. Kim Gonja said, it will be fine for a while. Anastasia said, what? Do you not know how strict our school is with this rule, especially after what happened last year? If the teachers find out that we are up here, my school records. She broke down on the rooftop. Kim Gonja thought to himself, now, only 3 people remain in this trauma. He said, class rep, you knew what was going on in our class, did you not? Kim Gonja was the culprit. Lafanta Agim was the victim. Anastasia said, so? She looked back and said, is there something you want to say to me? Kim Gonja thought to himself, bystander. Anastasia said, it is all because of you. You called him the second biggest loser in the school. You are the one who laughed at him and called him names, Kim Gonja. Whatever. I do not want to talk to you about this. I would have just gone to a different school if I had known such a thing would happen. You are responsible for the things that happen in class rep. So what? The bullying was my fault? That is amazing. So it was true that you were going around with... The teachers were all praising you, saying that you have changed and that you are a better person now. That is great. You can just hurt people and apologize, then bam, it is like nothing ever happened. It is not like you only bullied him once or twice. Not everything is a mistake or a prank. Does the world look like some junkyard meant to accept all your mistakes? Do not try to pin this on me. Do not bring me to this place with, you want me to apologize. I know. I did not do anything wrong. You were the one who did all the bullying. That's not what you truly think, Kim Gonja said to himself. When the constellation killer took his own life, everyone avoided the elephant in the room. Did you see the stupid message he sent? Anastasia asked. People said the constellation killer was the one who had lost his mind. That we were the ones in the right. Think about your priorities, Liao Fan added. There were times when we laughed at him, but did that really mean anything? Okay, Anastasia muttered. We didn't do anything wrong. But then there was the message, you killed me. Don't forget that. You are the one who killed me. Except for one person. Anastasia was frozen, staring at the message. When everyone refused to see the reality of things, a lone bystander remained silent. I tried to stop it during our first year, Anastasia admitted. I saw all kinds of things because of you guys. Do you know that our school is affiliated with Seryun Academy? Your girlfriend's parents are on the academy's executive board, Kim Gonja, the senior pastor of the Seryun Church too. That's the church my family goes to. I see him every weekend. You bullied him without knowing any of that, didn't you? Why did I have to realize all this because of something you guys did? Please just stop. We're taking the most important exam of our lives next year. I've only been getting 4 or 5 hours of sleep a day to study. I got in here on a grant, like, you guys may just be enjoying your youth. Being evil is easy, Kim Gonja thought to himself. But I don't understand why you're bullying others, Anastasia shouted. But being good is impossible. I am desperate here. Did you know that our class teacher is the representative of the committee that chooses grants for second years? Damn it. I talked to our teacher and I'm sick of it all. Of you guys. Our teacher. This cess school, she kicked Kim Gonja. I'm sorry, Kim Gonja said. Don't apologize, you fucker, he screamed at himself in his mind. Don't apologize. Just keep being a piece of shit and die like that. I hope we never see each other again once we graduate. As she raised her hand to slap him, Kim Gonja suddenly spoke. He tried to kill himself. Anastasia stopped. She turned to look at him. A month ago. Here, Kim Gonja said. Are you serious? Anastasia asked. Yeah, Lafanta Agim answered. Although I don't know how he knew. I didn't know you felt like that, she muttered. I'm not sorry. Anastasia clutched her head. I'm not sorry. During our first year, I saw the executive board of this school and realized that nothing was going to change. So I gave up. I brought up the issue to our class teacher once, and then gave up again. That's just the kind of person I am. Just remember me as that kind of person. But don't die. You shouldn't die because of these shitheads. You should live. Live. Get into a good university. Earn money. Get out of this fucked up city. I thought about doing that too, Lafanta Agim said. But I felt like if I had done that, those bastards would just forget. I wanted to ruin their lives, no matter what it took. Anastasia collapsed to her knees. Lafanta Agim held on to her. Sorry, he whispered. I didn't mean to hurt someone like you. He hugged her. I'm glad that I didn't die the last time. I'm glad there's at least one person I can forgive. Anastasia sobbed. I'm sorry. Please don't die. She stood up. Please don't die because of those bastards. Live. I will try harder. So together, a system notification appeared. The reality factor of the trauma has decreased. Kim Gonja was stunned. Anastasia had become Lafanta Agim's friend. Lafanta Agim smiled and said, let's live for the sake of other unfortunate kids. He remembered his father. His friend continued, let's get into university first. We will go into social welfare. We can go to another city and get our certificates. Then, others won't be able to harass us. We will graduate and help other kids. It might be hard alone, but if there are more of us, I'm sure anything is possible. This world isn't all there is. We can make our own world. Lafanta Agim chuckled. I don't think we'll earn much money from that. His friend grinned. We won't. It sounds hard. I heard it's really hard. Lafanta Agim sighed. But I think it'll be better than what we're going through now. I stopped studying after the second semester last year. It'll be a bit hard. It's okay, his friend reassured him. It's not too late yet. It's never too late. Okay. They stood up. His friend took his hand. Let's survive together in this world. A system notification appeared. Trauma ended. Kim Gonja woke up. Penalties have been rescinded. Please pick a skill card. A system notification said, copying a random skill from the Constellation Killer. Please pick a skill card. Kim Gonja looked above the system notifications and said to himself they were classmates. They spent time together in the same classroom. One of their clocks broke and another's was destroyed. Why is it always the good ones who are broken and destroyed? Why is it that the people who hurt others are fine, while the person who was hurt has to die? Sword Emperor said, I love it when you let your guard down and end up dead because of it. So? The 50th floor was not easy, huh? The Constellation Killer is not an easy prey, huh? You should not have used such sneaky little tricks to get up here in the first place. This is all your fault, Kim Gonja said to himself. He does not seem to know what I have just been through. He did not enter the trauma this time with me. He was with me in all the other traumas, though. Kim Gonja said, I had a bad dream. Sword Emperor said, huh? Kim Gonja said to himself, it was different this time. Kim Gonja said, trauma. This trauma was a bit strange. You were not in there with me, and the Constellation Killer's state of mind was not properly realized, like there was an error. Kim Gonja said to himself, I better keep that a secret from him. Telling him that he was my father? He would tease me to my grave, Sword Emperor said. That is strange. It does not make sense that I was not there with you. I am called a ghost or whatever for convenience's sake. A system notification said, Sword Constellation rank. A+ effects from another world, cleared his world's tower until the 99th floor but was defeated just before the 100th. His resentment was so great that he became a wandering spirit. He cannot physically interact with this world, but he can mentally interact with the ability holder. Get advice from his extensive knowledge and experience. Sword Emperor said, but I am technically a skill. I do have memories of my past life, but in the end, I am nothing more than a skill card. I am like a tenant in your head. As he poked Kim Gonja's chest, Kim Gonja said, really? Then why did that happen? Sword Emperor silently thought, then said, I do not want to think about it. I am sure we will get an answer someday if we just keep it in the back of our minds. Let's take a look at the skill you got. It has been so long since you received one, that Lady Golden Flower only had blessings and such. As Sword Emperor looked around the skill cards, he then said in confusion, Man, this guy had all the good skills. A system notification said, Puppeteer's parade rank, SFX long ago, an old puppeteer lived in some world. He was fragile and was afraid of being loved, but also of being lonely. Let's make another me. He ended up loving himself. Countless puppets lived. Countless puppets were abandoned. This skill is sorcery for the weak. It is the power to decide which memories you keep and which ones you lose. You are able to create 13 puppets, which are your clones with the same abilities. If a puppet dies, another will arise. A broken puppet can be repaired. A mock immortality for you. Eternity. A fabricated one. The puppets cannot share memories. Kim Gonja said, this is why I strongly dislike hunters who are carried by their skills. Kim Gonja said to himself, a total of 13. Sword Emperor said, oh ho? This one is interesting too. Kim Gonja said to himself, then what about the original? Does that count as one of the 13? A system notification said, Shredded Goddess Salvation rank, A+ effects. There was once a goddess who devoted her everything to a hero. She was shredded to pieces by the hero, but she still wished to stay by his side. The goddess was disgraced and sealed herself in a skill card. The goddess can replace memories with skills. You will be able to reinforce your skills and strength by offering her your memories. If the memory you are sacrificing is important to you, the reinforcement effects will be much stronger. The reinforcement effects are temporary. Kim Gonja said to himself, Chis is probably the goddess of protection's fragment that I was unable to get. I assume the hero was the constellation killer. Sword Emperor said, all his skills are so ominous, fitting for him, I guess. This is why all the constellations that love angsty humans love him. Kim Gonja said, I have decided what I'm going to get. Sword Emperor said, that one? The downside is way too great, do you not think? Just pass. I do not want to acknowledge it, but your skill list is already pretty amazing. If not for that Goblin High Society, Kim Gonja said, a Goblin High Society will be great someday. Anyway, I have made my choice. I need to use it for something. Kim Gonja said to himself, I need to defeat the Constellation Killer. However, my victory would not be to eliminate the Constellation Killer. A system notification said, you have made your choice. Copying skill. Kim Gonja said to himself, it is to do better than him. Kim Gonja said to himself, I will make him realize that his way of doing things is wrong. Regressing to 24 hours ago. At the library, Kim Gonja said to Nisha, I have a favor to ask. Nisha got excited and said, what is it? Tell me what it is, our little treasure. I did not expect you to clear the stage so quickly, especially when a constellation was lying in ambush. As Kim Gonja remembered what Nisha had said during the trauma, did you see the foolish message he sent? Kim Gonja was shocked. Kim Gonja said to himself, no, that was not her. Nisha said, what is it? Kim Gonja said to himself to compare her to someone like that. It is not right. Kim Gonja said nothing. I want to send a letter to the outside world. It does not have to be a letter, but the faster the better. Nisha closed her fan and said, that is easy. If it does not have to be a letter, there is a simpler way to go about it. Where do you want to send it? It is hard to send a letter to a government nation whose systems have fallen. Kim Gonja said, that is fine. I want to send it to the country I was born in. Nisha said, your homeland? That should be easy. She looked behind her and said, Communicator, come over here. Communicator said, what is it this time? She was ranked 7th, wide-ranged communicator. Nisha said, let me introduce her. She is the wide-range communicator. She is from the same place as me, although we are in very different classes. Communicator said, I am leaving, big boss, if you called me here just to spout nonsense. Nisha said, whoa. Calm down, Brahman. I am going to choose the target sanctuary connecting to the outside world, so get a communication link going. Brahman said, why should I? Nisha said, it is not for me. It is for Death Sovereign right here. As Brahman and Kim Gongja looked at each other, Kim Gongja said, "Please." Brahman looked away. As Nisha showed off her diamond earrings, Brahman said, "Ha! I would have turned her down had it been this inferior girl's request, but I have seen how hard you work for the tower. It is only right for hard work to be rewarded." Nisha said, "So you are nice to those who are noble, huh?" Brahman said, "I am going to leave if you open your mouth again." "Fine, just get it over with." Nisha said, "I pray to the Great Mother. A cherished wish is an unspoken prayer. Please help me so that the unspoken prayer does not turn into screams. Please permit me to stay by your side. I request a small sanctuary here." Brahman said, "Give me your smartphone." As Kim Gongja handed over his old phone to Brahman, Brahman pretended to know how to use the phone and said, "Connect. Link, noise becomes sound when it is heard by another. People here, people there. All things under the sun and in nature sing and synchronize together." As Kim Gongja and Brahman entered the sanctuary, Nisha said, "Enter the sanctuary, Death Sovereign." Brahman said, "They shall answer if you call, and they shall reply if you email them. The fee for the call will be separate, but I can pay for that. However, you have to follow the laws of the outside world." As Kim Gongja stepped inside, he took his phone and said, "Thanks." Kim Gongja held his phone and tap. The phone rang. Bzzz. Kim Gongja said to himself, "This is the first phone number I memorized." In the outside world, the director held his phone as it rang. He answered saying, "Hello, who is this?" Kim Gongja said, "Director, it is me, Gongja." The director said, "Yeah, long time no see. I thought you might get in contact with me someday. I saw that you are doing well." Kim Gongja said, "Sorry I could not get in touch with you earlier." The director said, "You are at an age where you are busy living life." Cough. "Sometimes people I do not know visit the orphanage and ask if you are from here. At first I thought you had done something wrong, although I quickly realized I was mistaken once your friend showed me a video of you. Death Sovereign, was it? What a name." Kim Gongja said, "I did not come up with it. It was the tower." The director said, "All right. It is relieving to hear your voice though." "Gongja, is something wrong?" As Kim Gongja listened silently, he said, "I just had a question." The director said, "Go ahead. How serious is it? Tell me that first." Kim Gongja said, "It is really serious. Probably the most serious topic I have ever talked to you about," the director said. "Then wait just 2 minutes. No, give me 3 actually. I will get some coffee and get more situated." Kim Gongja said to himself, "I can just picture him right now. How hard is it to get through all of the evil for just one good person to be born, I mean?" The director said, "All right. I am sitting down now. You can go ahead. Did you graduate from Shinseiyo Middle and High School?" Director said, "I graduated from Shinseiyo High. It is still pretty renowned now, I think." Kim Gongja said, "Were you the class representative in your second year?" Director said, "Yeah. It has already been decades." Kim Gongja said, "When you were the class representative, did something bad happen on the rooftop of the school building?" Director said, "Yes." Kim Gongja said to himself, "Not all of it was a nightmare." Director said, "I have never properly talked to him, but..." Kim Gongja said to himself, "The hallways I walked through, the chains on the doors to the rooftop that I looked down at, the barren school field, the old house, everything." Director said, "Please do not die. Please, let us get through life together." Kim Gongja said to himself, "Only the ending was false. The things that should have been false were actually reality." Kim Gongja said, "Do you remember his name?" Kim Gongja said to himself, "And the story that should have been true was nothing more than a dream." Director said, "Kim Yule." His name was Kim Yule. Director said, "I got in here on a grant, like Kim Yule." Kim Gongja said to himself, "There was once a child who lived such a life." Director said, "I am sorry. I am sorry, Kim Yule." Kim Gongja said to himself, "There is a person who has lived decades since then." Director said, "Where did you hear that story? I thought no one knew about it." Kim Gongja said to himself, he was smart enough to get scholarships. He studied instead of sleeping. He dreamed of a future for himself. But that person had to witness inhumane scene. Their teacher had once said, "Think about your priorities. No one cares about you. Absolutely no one." Kim Gongja said to himself, the choices he could have made were taken away from him. To the director, his remaining life was just a way to prove something, that back then, a child called Yule was alive. Kim Gongja said, "Director, he is here. Kim Yule is here." Director said, "What are you talking about?" Kim Gongja said, "He lived in the dumpster field by the mountain. He sat at the very back near the window in class. Do you remember the yard at the back of the school with the school pets?" The ones Kim Yul cared for because no one else wanted to. Director said, how do you? Kim Ganja said, you tried to stop the bullying ever since your first year, but the circumstances were all against you two. That is why you gave up. He is here. Director said, can you wait just 1 week? I will go there. 1 week later, director said, I heard that if you enter the tower once, you cannot leave again, and that you cannot even bring stuff from the outside, so I had to take care of some things. Kim Ganja said, are you sure it is all right? Director said, I was going to retire anyway. I already had someone ready to take my position, and there are a few things I was responsible for. But they cannot do anything about it since I am here in the tower now. It is their problem now. Kim Ganja said, welcome, director. Director said, I am no longer the director. You can call me whatever you want. Kim Ganja said to himself, the librarian in a corner specially permitted him to enter the great library since he does not have a title. Director said, I could really tell how much of a great person you have become once I entered this place. Everyone is talking about you here. A bunch of people came to guide me when I entered the tower. Kim Ganja said, I am pretty famous within the tower. I am ranked second. You were last when it came to your studies, though. Cult Interrogator said, aha, you are the one who raised the Death Sovereign. They call me the Cult Interrogator. Nice to meet you. Anastasia said, I am the Black Dragon Guild leader. The Death Sovereign has done a lot for me. He is our vice guild leader, so please let me know if you ever need anything. The Paladin said, I am the Holy Knight, in charge of the first floor's security. This is not something I wanted to tell you on our first meeting, but the tower has always needed a facility to take care of children. I will ask to meet with you later. Director said, thanks for your welcome, everyone. Kim Ganja whispered to the director, you seem used to this kind of setting. Director said, one of the kids from your generation in the facility became a Congress member. When that happened, dozens of people came to our orphanage. Kim Ganja said, huh? Who? Director said, Kim Hanbij. Do you remember him? He changed his name, though. Kim Ganja said, but he was an idiot. What is his new name? Director said, Kim Hanbi. Kim Ganja said to himself, guess he is still foolish then. He just removed the last syllable. Director said, that aside, even though I have seen videos, this world sure is strange. So, where is he? Kim Ganja said, I think I should explain about the powers I earned here first. As they sat down, the director was given a cup of tea. He patiently looked at the tea and said, that is very hard to believe. Director said, but you knowing Kim Yul is already impossible enough. Kim Yul was not even in the yearbook. The fact that there were no traces of him left anywhere was... Think about it, Ganja. Could they not have at least left a blank space for him? Everyone looked so bright in the yearbook photos too. Those scoundrels, how could they smile so brightly? As the director drank his cup of tea in one go, he then said, bring his traces. Kim Ganja used his new skill, and Lafanta Agim appeared. Lafanta Agim said, I never imagined such a situation. Did you kidnap a puppet and awaken it by force? My powers, I cannot use them. It seems like you either messed with the system or used a powerful force. The director then kneeled and said, Kim Yul, I am one of the people who killed you. I have always wanted to say this. I am really sorry. A system notification said, the characters in the story shined like constellations. I did not care for the shining constellations in the night sky, because it was the characters' stories that shined more brilliantly than anything. I want to read more stories, just a bit more. Lafanta Agim said, did you say you are one of the people who killed me? Director said, yes, Kim Yul. Lafanta Agim said, how strange. It says my death happened in the year 153, on the 9th day of the 7th month. The person who killed me that day is called the Sword Emperor. As he flipped his notebook, Lafanta Agim said, you do not fit the description written here in this journal. Plus it says here that you are not the type to apologize. Therefore, you cannot be the Sword Emperor, which means you have no reason to apologize to me. Moreover, my name is Lafanta Agim. My title is Constellation Killer. I have no record of ever being called Kim Yul. Director said, Kim Yul, that was the name you had before you were called Lafanta Agim. Before you had that journal, you lived in a world known as Lafanta Agim interrupted. No matter. Humostra said, what a touching scene. One is a victim of sealed time and the other is a bystander who has been taxidermied in time. However, there is no meaning in receiving an apology now. A system notification said, the librarian in a corner is rejoicing in despair. Humostra said, the Constellation Killer cannot remember anything. He looks different from Kim Yul, and he no longer thinks like Kim Yul. How can one forgive what he cannot recall? Kim Ganja said, you know that I regress, right? Humustra said, of course, as he took out another book, Heavenly Ascension City. Humustra said, do you remember this? It is a book left behind by your world. Who do you think I chose to be the main character of this story? Kim Gonja said, me? Humustra said, correct. Everything you go through is being written down in that book. So that is how you know what skills I have and when I regressed. The moment you and Lavielle Evanzia kissed was so sweet to read. That is right. The trauma you went through is written down in this book too. That is why I let that human in here even though he does not have an alias. You have improved, Death Sovereign. However, the Constellation Killer is too late. This is the normal ending permitted to the Constellation Killer. Other than the bad ending, this is the only ending he can achieve. All your efforts the director's regrets, they are all for naught. Kim Gonja said, no matter what I do. Humustra said, do you want to bet? I will connect Kim Yule's time to the Constellation Killer's time. Like how Kim Yule became the Constellation Killer, I am going to make it so that the Constellation Killer becomes Kim Yule. That way, he will be able to accept that apology. Kim Gonja said, you said that the Constellation Killer is one of your favorite characters, so help. Just as much as you helped me get into Lafanta Agim's epic. Humustra said, what do I get out of it if I help you and you end up failing? Kim Gonja said, you can do anything with me as you wish for 10 years. Humustra said, anything? Kim Gonja said, yes. You can have my nails, my eyelashes, whatever. You can play with me as much as you want for 10 years. Humustra said, I value neutrality, but it is a different story if the character requests my intervention. All right, I will help you. But if you fail, you will be mine for 10 years. Sword Emperor was shocked and said, hey, are you out of your mind? Why would you bet something like that? Kim Gonja said, it is okay. I am just certain that I will win. Kim Gonja said to himself, I thought for a long time about why the tower exists. Kim Gonja said, let us shoot a coming-of-age movie together. Lafanta Agim said, what? Kim Gonja said to himself, thanks to the tower's existence, those who had turned their backs on the outside world earned another opportunity at life. Kim Gonja said, Constellation Killer, you are unable to accept the director's apology because you do not have memories of your past life, but I assume you would want to accept it if it were possible. Lafanta Agim said, that is right. Kim Gonja said, Director, if you can apologize to Kim Yule. The director said, I can give my soul for it. Kim Gonja said, thank you. Librarian, I, along with the Constellation Killer and the director, will be clearing the next stage. Humustra said, it is late, but our story starts here. Is that what we're going for? Kim Gonja said, no. I will choose that book as the next stage, the Heavenly Ascension City. Humustra said, I do not understand. Heavenly Ascension City is already in progress right here. There is no point in making it a stage. You said that I am the main character of that book. Send us to one of the incidents I have been through. Humustra asked, which one? Kim Gonja said, trauma. As you said before, that is right. The trauma you went through is written down in this book too. Kim Gonja continued, Lafanta Agim's trauma ended in a tragedy. It was an illusion, but all the characters were taken by the void. According to how you categorize things, that trauma is also a flawless apocalypse. Are you? Send us to the apocalypse of Shinseo Middle and High School. The Constellation Killer is Kim Yule, the director as the class representative, and me as the bully. Permit the immersion system too, as the synchronization was at 1%. Kim Gonja thought to himself, if the Constellation Killer immerses himself into the emotions of Kim Yule's memories will be transplanted into the Constellation Killer. Humustra said, Death Sovereign, do you realize what you are saying? The Constellation Killer died in that world. He was abandoned by the world, sending him there again to regain Kim Yule's memories. That is so cruel. Kim Gonja said, it is. But is that not your preferred plot? Do you know what is really cruel? The people who lived in the world of Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon. The people who became Jiangshi, having lost their constellations to the Constellation Killer. That is what is cruel. Humustra said, is that why you intend on giving back all those memories to the Constellation Killer? So that he will repent for all those who were sacrificed for his actions, at least for the people of the world that I have burdened. So you realize that this is the path to hell. I know the endings of all those who chose similar paths as you. No, I am not allowed to say this, Humustra continued. The trauma you dreamed of is nothing more than an illusion. Even if you do fix the ending, it cannot be written into the Orthodox history. It would be more like a spin-off. I myself have never read something like this, so I do not know how the stage will turn out. This is Rakua's secondary divine shadow. Aha, I see. I thought that using a trauma to manifest a world would be a bit much, even if it is a golden contract, but someone very important has intervened. You have quite the admirer. Many others might be jealous. Humustra sighed. I guess I will not be able to watch this one. This world has become the owner's territory. Nan, goodness. Leave a record once this stage is over then. All right. You are so easy to talk to, our lovely little clown, Humustra declared. The Death Sovereign, the Constellation Killer, and the Death Sovereign's Guardian. I choose these three people to be the new characters of Heavenly Ascension City, spin-off. When you open your eyes, you will be in the world right before the spin-off met its unfortunate serialization suspension. But be careful, especially you, Death Sovereign. You have caught the attention of a high being. Kim Gongja asked, what do you mean? Humustra said, the tower remembers all. I only peek into your past through what is written in the book, but the tower actually remembers you. Of course, it also knows that you cheated your way to the 50th floor. Since you have broken the rules of the tower, you will need a penalty. The tower is asking you three things. Do you truly trust your guardian and the Constellation Killer? Do you believe that your guardian will not fall under the weight of guilt? The Constellation Killer might be overtaken by the desire for revenge and not forgive your guardian. Do you really believe that those two can reach an ending different from the orthodox history? As the director said, I am sorry. I did not want to hurt someone like you. Humustra said, yes, then prove it, although you will not be the one proving it. A system notification said, you have received a strong penalty. You will be placed in the world a year earlier than the others. You will be more strongly immersed in the character from the beginning. Your current immersion rate is 95%. Kim Gongja woke up in a classroom. A system notification said, your current immersion rate is 95%. A classmate said, do we have homework due today? Kim Gongja thought to himself, a 95% immersion rate. Plus, I was put in here a year earlier than the two of them. A student said, the book report for our first class. His friend said, are you serious? I'm doomed. Kim Gongja thought to himself, there's no time to hesitate. At classroom 1 to 9, with just a bit more time, the immersion rate will reach 100%. It's at 95% now. I need to prepare everything beforehand. I need to prepare to return the Constellation Killer's past and help Kim Yule want to live again. Although the director will help with that, I cannot just depend on him. Unlike in the future, the director is only an ordinary high school student in this trauma. He was the class representative in his first year too. As the class representative said, arms to your sides and bow. Kim Gongja thought, I need to do my best in my role to make sure the two of them can get their revenge. The director and Kim Yule have yet to be possessed. From now on, I'll collect evidence of the bullying. A boy said, last time, we talked about the idea that art imitates reality, as he threw a paper ball at Kim Yule's neck. Kim Gongja thought, I need evidence to prove that abuse is happening. Another classmate said, hey, I think that hurt him. Kim Gongja thought, the punishment will be light if the abuse is short-term. I need to prove that the bullying happened over a long period of time. There must be a clear purpose to hurt the victim. In order to mess up these animals, I need to act like an animal myself. In another scene, Kim Gongja video recorded his friends and said, hey, you guys, look over here. His friend asked, what's that? Kim Gongja thought, he used to be the lunar shadow demon in the previous trauma. His friend asked, are you sure it's okay to film this stuff? Kim Gongja said, don't worry. Only a few others are going to see it. Introduce yourself or something. His friend said, my name is... And that became his first tape, recorded on June 1st, in front of the rear gates. A few moments later, his friend said, hey, look, Kim Yule, look at the camera. You can't be so weak when you've only taken a little beating, as he slapped Kim Yule's face. Another friend added, I think it's because he's too broke. He doesn't have any cash to buy food and replenish his energy. As Kim Gongja recorded another tape, his other friend poured milk on Kim Yule and said, drink this carton of milk and cheer up, Kim Yule. Kim Gongja said, I'm getting tired of Kim Yule. Should we get ideas from the other kids? Good idea. Here's the return of the Kim Yule request. Drum roll, please. And the winner is 7's request. Make him grow out his hair and tie it with a rubber band. A rubber band doesn't sound like a big deal, but it will hurt if you tie your hair tightly with it. Amazing idea, 7. As Kim Gongja covered his mouth, he said, ugh, and then vomited in the men's room. A few moments later, his synchronization reached 95%. As Kim Yule was pushed to the ground, Kim Gongja said, I was wondering what was smelling so bad. Turns out it was just him. What are you raising chickens for? You want some eggs? His synchronization reached 96%. Kim Gongja said, you want me to buy you some eggs? Then it became 97%. Kim Gongja thought, this is bad. Filming this stuff isn't hard anymore. Actually, I'm starting to enjoy it. It's a sign that my role is almost over. 103 recordings. 311 videos, 30,790 photos, 2 phones with text messages. Kim Gongja placed the box of tapes in front of the class representative's door. The class representative said in confusion, "Huh? This is for me." As he took the letter, he read it. "I am sending you all the evidence. It's up to you to decide what you will do with it all. If you are going to do something with it, please start in 30 days. The class rep said, "What is this?" As he looked around and opened the box, he peeked inside and then took the box back to his house. Kim Gongja sat down on the floor, gripping his hoodie, and said to himself, "I endured. It's over now. I've done what I needed to do." A system notification said, "Your current immersion rate is 98%. Kim Gongja thought, was there a better way to go about this? Are the future days to come going to be worth more than the violence I could have stopped in the last 11 months? I don't know. But I didn't give up just because I wasn't sure. If anyone is permitted to change the ending of this world, it's those two." A system notification said, "Your current immersion rate is 99%. Kim Gongja thought to himself, the villain will just disappear. My role in this world is to wait. Kim Gongja said, "I'll be waiting for you, Kim. Director, please." A system notification said, 100%. Kim Gongja thought to himself, main character. I had always been the hero, and now for the first time, I am the villain. For the first time, my failure won't lead to a world's downfall. So, let's talk about my failure. This is before I was possessed by someone. And then the strange science of hunting. First of all, the victim has to be conspicuous. Kim Yule, conspicuously poor. Kim Gongja said, "Hey, Kim Yule's passing by." And he thought to himself, it does not smell good when you go near him. Another student said, "I feel bad saying this, but he really smells." Another added, "I heard he gets grants to go to this school." Kim Gongja thought to himself, easy to laugh at. Another tape was made. Number 1. The beginning is light. A student said, "Did you know that Kim Yule lives in a house that's boarded up underneath the mountain?" Another said, "Isn't that building basically a junkyard?" A nerd added, "I heard that his dad picks up paper trash for a living." His friend asked, "Is he the one who picks up the paper trash from our house then?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, focus the attention on the victim through casual small talk. With enough intervention, Kim Gongja said, "It's true. He's the one who picks up paper trash in my complex." His friend asked, "How did you know that?" Kim Gongja replied, "I was a bit on the fence, but last Sunday I saw him picking up papers. I asked if he was Kim Yule's dad, and he asked me to take good care of his son." Another said, "Dang, are you serious?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, it's a lie, of course. A student said, "Hey, Kim Yule, is your dad a—" Another interrupted, "Hey, why would you ask him that?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, successfully draw people into the topic of Kim Yule using small lies. Another tape was made. Number 2, observation period. Kim Gongja thought to himself, from this point onwards, things will work out on their own. A student said to Kim Yule, "Catch it." Another said, "Pass." Kim Gongja thought to himself, students will now pay attention to every little thing Kim Yule does. A student shouted, "Arg! What the heck are you doing, Kim Yule?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, they'll focus on his mistakes as if they're looking at him through a magnifying glass. Kim Gongja said, "He's been napping since the 4th period. He's not waking up until lunchtime is over." Kim Yule gasped, "Ha! Ha!" Kim Gongja said, "Hey, Kim Yule, get up. You have to feed the chickens." A boy laughed, "Ha ha." Kim Gongja said, "Oh, he's going." Another said, "Is he really gonna feed the chickens?" Kim Gongja thought to himself, he will always be the laughingstock. He will always be watched. Kim Gongja said, "Whoa, he really is feeding them." "Kim Yule, look over here." Kim Gongja thought, anyone will be able to join in on the bullying. He said, he actually looked. Maybe he'll get the chickens for free once they're all grown up. A student gagged, "Veh." Kim Gongja thought to himself, it'll be a game anyone can participate in. Most bullying can get to this point without a clear perpetrator. Kim Gongja said, "But we are going to take it a step further. Let's test it." A student asked, "What?" Kim Gongja took out his shoes with a star on them. He said, "I just bought these shoes. They're completely brand new." His friend asked, "What's with the star on the inside?" Kim Gongja replied, "I drew it. Look, I'll leave them here." Bam! Kim Yule's dad picks up paper trash from our house, remember? I'm betting that Kim Yule is going to be wearing these tomorrow. His friend laughed, "Ha ha, you're crazy, dude." Kim Gongja thought, this is a small magic trick. There are actually 2 of the same pairs. One pair is in the pile of paper trash at our house, and the other is on the street that Kim Yule's dad takes. I put the other pair there a day ago. A few moments later, his friend shouted, "Hey, what if we get caught?" Kim Gonja said, "Open it." His friend gasped, "Holy fluff, it really has the star on it. You're kidding, right? You mean he really picked up the shoes you threw out?" Kim Gonja thought to himself, the point here is to act like everyone is in on this. A student said, "Whoa, I wasn't sure at first, but it really was true." Kim Gonja thought, and then take a step backward. He said, "I don't know anymore. I don't care about the bet. You guys, don't say anything either. We'll keep this between us." Kim Gonja thought, "Show that you're willing to share your prey with others." A student said, "Hey, you know Kim Yule?" Kim Gonja said, "Don't tell them." Kim Gonja said to himself, "Trust that humans are evil." A guy in a black shirt said, "No way." Kim Gonja said, "What?" Kim Gonja said to himself, "Trust in the power of mockery." A girl said to her friend, "That's what I heard." Then Kim Yule's wearing shoes from the dumpster? I actually went to the same middle school as him. And that's gross. Does this mean he gets everything he owns from the trash? Student said, he takes recycling on another level. How do his feet smell so bad when the shoes are new? I feel bad for him, but this is gross, man. Here comes Recycle Man. Hide it, Nan. Kim Yule, did you feed the chickens? Your shoes look clean today. Nan. Hey, Kim Yule, your shoes. Ha ha. Those are. Yunseo threw those out yesterday. Look at his soles. Ha ha ha. Kim Yule said, "Do you guys have nothing better to do? Is this fun for you? Mind your own business." The boy said, "What's wrong with him? We were just kidding. He's so annoying. He thinks he's all that, but he wears trash." As another tape was made, number 3, publicly recognized violence, a boy said, "Hey, someone throw out their slippers. Let's see if he picks those up too." Kim Gonja said to himself, if someone had suggested to stop because it's not fun. A boy said, "It smells rotten. Put it in his drawer before he comes." Kim Gonja said to himself, "Then it wouldn't have gotten this bad." A boy said, "Dude, I threw that pencil case out yesterday." His friend said, "What? He's recycling again?" Kim Gonja said to himself, "But to say something like that requires courage." A bully said, "Hey, Yule, why are you washing the rag? It's still a rag even if you wash it." His friend said, "I guess he empathizes with it." Ha ha ha. Kim Gonja said to himself, "As you already know, you say that I didn't exist in your school. I am definitely here though, in the world you live in." The director said, "Gonja." Kim Gonja said, "Yeah?" The director said, "Nothing. I just suddenly forgot your name." "What was it again?" Kim Gonja said, "What? Do you have dementia?" "It's Hwang Unso." The director said, "Right. That's your name. I heard your girlfriend is going to try to run for the student council presidency." Hwang Unseo said, "Yeah, why?" The director said, "I'm going to try to run too. Tell her that I hope we'll get to see each other. I heard I can write it down in my student records if I become president." Hwang Unseo said, "Dude, that's cool. Good luck. I'm going to vote for my girlfriend, but still. Yeah, thanks. I'm going to try my best." Kim Gonja said to himself, "Let us talk about my failure." Hwang Unseo's girlfriend said, "Huh? You've been slow with your videos lately." Hwang Unseo said, "Huh?" His girlfriend said, "Videos of Kim Yule. You used to always share at least one a week." Kim Gonja said to himself, "Videos." She said, "Our group's waiting for it. The last one, the one where you cut his nails, did really well." Kim Gonja said to himself, "Right. I used to record us bullying him. Why did I do that again?" He remembered Kim Yule saying, "I'll be waiting for you, director." Kim Yule. Kim Gonja said to himself, "Oh, to entertain everyone." Right. Because of how renowned Shinseo Middle and High School is, there are a lot of students suffering from academic pressure and stress. I took those videos for these guys so that they can distress without taking the risk of getting into trouble themselves. His girlfriend said, "Is it because you're coming up with something better this time?" Kim Gonja said to himself, "I got help from my girlfriend, who has been in the student council since her first year, and used the student voting boxes, which the teachers don't check, in order to collect ideas to bully Kim Yule. The people who lead these requests are all kids from wealthy, influential families." Card said, "I want to see him wearing other clothes this time. The guys from the last one showed us you cutting his nails with scissors." Kim Gonja said to himself, "The regulars use the same card as a way to identify themselves when they leave ideas. We call it the trump card gathering. Ever since the video started circulating, these regulars have been supporting me. That's how I got my girlfriend too." Hwang Unseo said, "Sorry, but you're a candidate for the student council president. I thought I'd hold back during the election period." His girlfriend said, "Aw, you're so considerate." Kim Gonja said to himself, "How else would I have gotten with a wealthy family's daughter when I come from a family of nobodies?" She patted Hwang Eun-seo's head and said, I love puppies that are clever like you. Hwang Eun-seo said, bark, bark, bark. His girlfriend said, you're really funny, Hwang Eun-seo. Kim Gonja remembered La Viel saying, I've been waiting for you, Gonja. As Hwang Eun-seo felt pain and confusion, he said to himself, what's wrong with me recently? Hwang Eun-seo said, anyway, I'm gonna take a break from recording for a bit. If anyone complains, tell them, the speaker said. This is an announcement. Hwang Eun-seo from Year 2, Class 5, please come to the broadcasting room immediately. Hwang Eun-seo said, what do they want from me? Hwang Eun-seo's girlfriend replied, I assume the broadcasting team leader just wants to ask you why you're not putting out any new videos. Hwang Eun-seo said, you go on ahead. I'll text you later. Kim Gonja walked alone and said to himself, today was also a perfect day. I was funny enough, I didn't say anything weird, and I was a good enough boyfriend. Let's go, me. I'm talented. The rich kids whom I entertain will look for me in college too, right? Even if they don't, they'll have good memories to look back on. Being remembered as the funny kid, that in and of itself is huge. Even when we graduate, I'll satisfy those rich kids. That's how I'll make connections and get rich myself. I'm different from the guys who just study and only think of college. As Kim Gonja entered the room, a student said, stop. Close the door right now, or something bad might happen. Year 2, Class 5's Hwang Eun-seo, you threatened me to force me into bullying Kim Yul of your class together, right? As he recorded Hwang Eun-seo with his phone, Hwang Eun-seo said, is this a prank? The boy said, shut up and say that I'm right. You're the one who kept asking me if I wanted to see something funny. I said I didn't want to. It's all your fault. Hwang Eun-seo said, what are you talking about? You're the one that came to the gathering after hearing rumors about it. You begged me to let you join, saying that you'd hook me up with people you knew from middle school. The boy shouted, no, no. You said we'd never get caught. You said anonymity is guaranteed, so why is there a video with me in it? Hwang Eun-seo responded, you asked to be in it. Wait, are you doing this because you're worried your video got leaked? I told you we threw it all out after we watched it. The boy screamed, don't lie to me. You fricker, you son of a biscuit, I shouldn't have trusted you. Say that you're the one who tricked me into this right now, or else I'm gonna tell everyone what you did. Hwang Eun-seo replied, sorry, but I'm not gonna admit to something I didn't do. I showed the video to you because you asked. I've thrown out all the videos, but I still have all the notes you sent me. I don't know what you're doing this for, but let's talk again once you've calmed down. The boy shouted, hey Hwang Eun-seo, you're done for if you leave. I'm gonna tell my parents and… Hwang Eun-seo stepped outside and muttered, what the frick was that? Kim Gonja said to himself, I really did erase the videos. Did someone take a copy? Is this why people say that managing your regulars is harder than getting new customers? As his phone rang, Kim Gonja said to himself, what? Excluding my girlfriend, all 12 regulars of Kim Yul's request box are not picking up my calls. The person who was in charge of delivering the videos. His phone read, the person you are trying to reach is unavailable. Hwang Eun-seo said to himself, is something wrong? Someone is hunting me down. Someone is trying to frick me over with Kim Yul. But Kim Yul doesn't have a family. He must know something. As he ran toward Kim Yul, he shouted, hey, Kim Yul, what the hell did you do? I'm freaking talking to you. As he grabbed him, he saw Kim Yul crying and heard music through his earphones. Hwang Eun-seo said to himself, who the hell is he? Kim Yul said, beautiful. Hwang Eun-seo replied, what? Kim Yul said, the music I am listening to. It was made by a composer who went deaf. I'm thinking about the humiliation he must have gone through in life. Some probably cursed him or laughed at him. Hwang Eun-seo asked, what are you talking about? Kim Yul said, there is nothing that is inherently beautiful in the world. Only those who are hurt can perceive beauty. If there is someone who considers the entire world beautiful, there is someone who considers the world broken. Hwang Eun-seo thought to himself, is he out of his darn mind? What the heck is he talking about? Kim Yul continued, I am thinking about the musician's undignified life while listening to his song. Hwang Eun-seo said, what the actual frick are you talking about? Hey, what did you do? As he grabbed Kim Yul by the shirt, he shouted, what the hell did you do to my customers, you recycling fricker? Kim Yul said, I didn't do anything, Death Sovereign. Kim Gonja said, Death, what? Kim Yul grabbed his wrist and said, I was just looking at what it is that I had left behind. As LaFonta Agim cried, Hwang Eun-seo said, confused, huh? LaFonta Agim said, Kim Yul is angry. He truly wants revenge, and I think that I want to make that come true. Hwang Eun-seo yelled, you, what the frick did you do? Just wait, Kim Yul's murderer. The sun sets and the path to walk is a long one. I will see you again soon. Hwang Eun-seo shouted, Hey, wait! He took out his phone and muttered, Did someone just see that they missed a call from me? As he read the message, Don't ever try to call or text me again, or I'll kill you. Hwang Eun-seo, confused, said, What? And he dialed a number. He called the number. Hwang Eun-seo was shocked, and he said, What the hell is happening? A student gave a note to Kim Gongja saying, I was asked to deliver this note to you. Then he walked away, saying, Sorry. As Kim Gongja opened the note, it read, Hwang Eun-seo lives in a garbage dump. He gets his uniform, shoes, and everything else secondhand from the garbage. The only garbage that cannot be recycled, Hwang Eun-seo. Kim Gongja said to himself, What the heck is this? Then he asked, Did recycled garbage tell you to give me this? Hey, look at me. Someone else said, Hwang Eun-seo. A girl timidly said, Sorry, here. Another added, I was also asked to give you this. Kim Gongja, confused, replied, Huh. He then received dozens of notes. Kim Gongja thought to himself, Something happened yesterday that I am not aware of. One note read, I feel so bad for our juniors. They have to call you their senior. Do you not feel bad for them? Another note said, You looked really happy when I said hello to you. Dude, that was a dare. Do not misunderstand it. With a sad face drawn, another one read, Let's see how you do. Laugh out loud. The teacher called out, Hwang Eun-seo, come over here. Kim Gongja thought to himself, But what? And who? A few moments later, at the teacher's office, the teacher asked, You have not gone around doing anything bad, have you? Kim Gongja replied, No. The teacher continued, Can you think of anything? Kim Gongja said, No. The teacher warned, Do not talk about this with anyone. He then handed over a pair of earphones and said, Listen to this. As Kim Gongja listened, the recording said, Hey, do not hit him yet. Just make him kneel. We got a lot of suggestions again this time. We picked some out to form a concept for today. The chosen person for today is Queen. Her request is, Let us see. Wow, she sent us a whole 100,001 for it. Unknown voice memo, June the 27th. We will get ourselves a meal with this, and as for our superstar, we will give him a special mix of dishes. The teacher explained, I got this voice recording in my email yesterday. The quality is not that good, but it sounded like your voice. Is it not you? Kim Gongja froze in shock, sweating cold, and said no. He added, And what is with the Queen thing? Is it a play? The teacher replied, I do not know. I listened to it all, but it is really strange and unpleasant. It said, Have Hwang Eun-seo from year 2, class 5, listen to this. Kim Gongja thought to himself, Shoot, this must be it. This person has been going around blackmailing others with this. But you cannot do anything with just this recording. Everyone was scared just because of this? The teacher asked. It was not you guys, right? Kim Gongja answered, No. Am I not supposed to tell the others about this? Then he thought to himself, One of my friends or the most frequent classmates must have gotten a copy of the recording. He said aloud, No, never. Anyway, just go back to class. Then he thought, how could they do this to their fellow classmate? As he walked out of the teacher's room, he bumped into a student and thought, I will mess them up. A few moments later, many letters were placed on his table. In anger, Kim Gongja scoffed, PFT. He turned to his classmate and asked, Did you see who did this? Her friend replied, Someone from another class did it earlier, and there is something on your back. As Kim Gongja reached for it, the girls around him burst into laughter. On his back, the note read, Shinseo's official trash. A teacher looked around the room and said nervously, we will begin class. Kim Gongja crumpled the paper and thought to himself, for goodness sake, you guys did the same thing too. You also made fun of Kim Yul and beat him up. Now you are going to play dumb. I came up with the game with Kim Yul to entertain you all. You joined in on the game I made without asking me, and now you are going to act like this. Just then, his phone received a message. Kim Gongja thought, this is making me so angry. The message was from my girlfriend and it said, What the heck have you done? Do not come near me from now on. We are over. Kim Gongja stood in shock and thought to himself, screwed. I did not get a single clue as to who could have done it. Someone wants to eat lunch with me. My girlfriend broke up with me over text. You cruel people. None of you deserve to call yourselves human. Evidence? I need to find evidence. There must be someone behind it all. If I look closely, please. Then a voice interrupted. What are you doing, Hwang Eun-seo? Suddenly, his classmates arrived, and one of them said, Why are you looking into other people's desks? Kim Gongja, in shock, stammered, You got it wrong. His classmate said, "Do you always do this?" And Kim Gonja thought to himself, "Why are you doing this to me?" Another classmate whispered, "That is so creepy." Kim Gonja said to himself, "I am just a fun guy. You hung out with me all this time. How can you change so much in one day, you scoundrels? No one is asking to walk home together with them." "Of course. You still have not gone home?" Suddenly, the class representative said, "Sorry, but can we talk? I was just going to mind my own business, but some classmates and our teacher are all talking to me about this, so I feel like I should at least pretend to care." Kim Gonja thought to himself, right, our class representative has good grades. He is also liked by the teachers. The other students do not mess with him. He might help me here. Kim Gonja said, "Yeah, well, I see." The class representative replied, "You must be really upset. There are times when people just do a 180 like that." Kim Gonja said, "Right. It is terrible." The class representative added, "But I do not really know how to help you. Oh, I think this problem will be resolved if you earn forgiveness from Kim Yule." Kim Gonja started sweating and said, "From Kim Yule?" The class representative nodded, "Yes. To be honest, all the other kids were a part of it, but they did not start it. They will not be able to say anything if you are forgiven." Kim Gonja hesitated and said, Will he accept my apology though? I feel like he will not." The class representative said, "Do not worry, I will talk to him. It is a bit annoying, but I will help you out, Hwang On-so. I am trying out for student council president. I have to try to help out in class however I can, although I do not know how it will go. Do you know Kim Yule's number?" Kim Gonja replied, Wait. And he thought to himself, does the class representative not know Kim Yule's number? Then he cannot be the culprit. Everyone who has seen Kim Yule's videos knows his phone number. Plus, there is no way an ordinary nerd like him could get his hands on the recordings. The class representative said, "No, I should ask him face to face regarding this. I will just ask him tomorrow. Is that okay?" Kim Gonja said, Thank you for helping." The class representative smiled. "If you are grateful, then vote for me instead of your girlfriend." Kim Gonja thought to himself, "Yeah, as long as I have one person supporting me, it will be fine." The next day, the class representative said, "All right, I talked to him." Kim Gonja thought to himself, "I will make a comeback using him." The class representative continued, "He wants an apology in front of everyone. He will not accept a private apology." Kim Gonja was shocked and thought, he just wants to humiliate. The class representative said, he emphasized it 3 times, that he will not forgive you if he feels that you are not being genuine. Kim Gonja asked, "Genuine? What do I have to do for it to feel genuine?" The class representative shrugged. "I do not know," Kim Gonja groaned. Why did I do that? Why did I bully him? I just joined in because all the other guys were talking trash about him. I should not have. I would love to apologize in front of the entire school if I could." The class representative said, "Wait, I have an idea, although we would need permission." Kim Gonja thought to himself, did he fall for me playing all sad? Kim Gonja asked, "What?" The class representative said, "At the speeches for the student council voting, do you want to give a speech with me? I do not know if you can do that when you are not trying for a position, though." Kim Gonja, confused, said, "Huh?" The class representative continued, "I was wondering how I should defeat your girlfriend. Look, you can apologize to Kim. Then I will take the microphone from you and go on with my speech. The school I want to create by becoming the student council president is one where people can admit faults and forgive each other. It will be a whole story, not just a haphazard apology and speech with empty promises. Since your girlfriend has a lot of money, I do not stand a chance against her in that sense. What do you think?" Kim Gonja said, "Ooh," and he thought to himself, this guy. He really does not care about anything other than becoming the student council president. Kim Gonja asked, "Is it okay to change your speech when it is only a few days from now?" The class representative replied, "Winning is more important. I had to cut off some of my studying time to make posters and go around to talk to people. I cannot lose." Kim Gonja thought to himself, he thinks similarly to me. Then he said, "Everyone is just trying to get to college." Kim Gonja thought again, he actually does not care about what goes on in his class. He just intervened this time because he thought that it might help with his student council campaign. Kim Gonja said, "All right, I will help you where I can, but you need to help me too. Tell our classmates about it." And he thought to himself, that makes him more trustworthy. The class representative said, "Yeah, okay. It is a win-win for both of us. I look forward to working with you." Kim Gonja replied, "Same here," as they shook hands. A few moments later, the class representative said to Kim Gonja, "The teachers gave us permission. They said it is all right for you to come up while I am giving the speech." Kim Gonja said, Holy cow, that is a relief. I worked really hard to write this. I am glad it was not a waste of my time. The class representative said, "Oh, you completed the script? Can I take a look?" Kim Gonja replied, "Of course. It is going to be during your speech, after all." As the class representative read the script, he said, The note said, "For a more fun school, please cast your votes for candidate number 2 here. Without microphone, it looks okay. Kim Yul, I am sorry for everything. I am really sorry. I hope we can get along from now on. Bow head an apology and exit the stage." The class representative said excitedly, "Good. Okay?" Then he thought to himself, is he blind? Kim Gonja thought to himself, it is not just okay. It is a masterpiece. The class representative said, "This is a lot to memorize, though. Can you do it?" Kim Gonja thought, the storytelling is perfect. The apology shows effort, and I even asked people to vote for him. He confidently said, "Of course. I memorized it while I was writing it down. I can do it with my eyes closed." The class representative placed a hand on Kim Gonja's shoulder and said, "You are so dependable. You are good at writing. We should win as long as you act well, too." As he tossed the book to Kim Gonja said in confusion, "Huh? What do you mean, act?" The class representative said, "You do not actually feel sorry for Kim Yul at all." As Kim Gonja stared at him, clearly unamused, the class representative quickly added, "Oh, but that is fine. I am not blaming you or anything. I think attitude is more important than how you feel when you apologize anyway. Although I do not think you even understand the mindset you should have when apologizing in the first place." At the 7th Student Council of Shinseo Middle and High School, the class representative continued, "What is the point in feeling sorry anyway, when you are the one who is going to be apologizing in front of the entire school?" The teacher said. "Next up," the class representative said, "in that regard, you are 100 times better than the other guys." The teacher announced candidate number 2 will be giving his speech. As Kim Gonja stood up, a student whispered, "Hey, that is..." Another asked, "What? Why is he going on stage?" As Anastasia looked on in shock, Kim Gonja thought to himself, "Just wait. Today is Hwang Eun-seo's comeback day." Kim Gonja adjusted his tie before the speech. He looked back at the class representative in confusion and asked, "What?" It is his turn to give a speech. Why is he so calm? Kim Gonja leaned in and whispered, "Hey, are you not nervous?" The class representative replied, "No, I prepared so much for this day." Kim Gonja remained confused. A student said to him, "Hey, if you have anything to present on the screen for the speech, you can give it to me." Kim Gonja thought to himself, it is the broadcasting club's leader. The class representative handed over a flash drive and said, "Here." The broadcasting club's leader said nervously, I just have to project whatever is in here, right?" Kim Gonja thought to himself, why is he stuttering so much? The class representative said, "Yeah, just as we rehearsed." Kim Gonja thought again, he must be feeling bad for being mean to me that day. I will just focus on my acting. He held the microphone and said, "Testing, testing. Hello, everyone." He bows his head in greeting. Kim Gonja said, "I am Hwang Eun-seo from Year 2, Class 5. The reason I am up here despite not being a candidate is because I would like to apologize. I took part in bullying a classmate." He pauses for 2 seconds. Kim Gonja continued, "Instead of telling a trusted adult or stepping up for the classmate, I participated in the jokes and pranks. I did not know that you are not supposed to hurt others, even if they are only jokes or pranks. Thank you. Thanks to the candidate guiding me to the right path, I am able to stand here today to confess what I have done." He bows to the class representative and looks around the audience. Kim Gonja said, "Of course, my apology will not erase what the classmate has gone through. I have caused harm not only to him but to others as well. I am sure many of you are disappointed in me." The note read, "Important, do not look at the speech paper from this point onward. Make it look genuine." Without glancing at the script, Kim Gonja said, "I am sorry. I will not make jokes or pranks lightly again. I will always be considerate of the person's point of view." Kim Gonja thought to himself, "Frick, I am doing it." The students were stunned. They could not even flinch or close their eyes in disbelief at Kim Gonja's speech. He continued, "The classmate I bullied always looks after animals on the school grounds that no one else takes care of." Kim Gonja thought to himself, "Now that I think about it, I have recorded countless videos. I took videos of Kim Yul like the director of a movie. From now on, I will look after those animals with him. I will use that time to reflect on my past wrongdoing." Kim Gonja said to himself, "I am a better actor than anyone else in the world." He continued, "Thank you to candidate number 2 for helping me change who I am. Look at me. You cannot cancel me." Candidate number 2 tries hard for everyone. He changes those around him for the better, Kim Gongja said to himself. The recording file was leaked, but I can cover that mistake easily. As a hand lingered on Kim Gongja's back, he said, for a more fun school environment, please cast your votes for candidate number 2 here. As Kim Gongja bowed down, tears fell from his eyes. He cried out, Kim Yul, I am sorry for everything. I hope we can get along from now on. Kim Yul began clapping as he stood up and continued to applaud. The other students joined in and clapped as well. Kim Gongja said to himself, I did it. Thanks. As everybody clapped, Kim Gongja continued thinking, I did not give up. Even after I fell into the pit of despair, I did so well. I am so glad all these kids clapping are gullible enough to follow suit after Kim Yul started. As Kim Gongja wiped tears from his eyes, a recording suddenly played from behind him. In the video, he said, hey, is it okay to record something like this? Another voice responded, do not worry. Kim Gongja turned around in shock. The video continued. Only a few are going to watch, and then I am going to delete it. Hello, everyone. The long-awaited Kim Yul TV is back. How should we play with Kim Yul today? The video showed them putting cards into the student council report box. Kim Gongja said in the video, today's winner of the Kim Yul request box is, drumroll please, Queen. The Queen shouted in anger. Hwang Eun-seo, you crazy rascal. Kim Gongja said in the video, Queen's request is to put a centipede in one of 2 packs of banana milk and... The Queen screamed, you rascal, you absolute maniac, son of a biscuit. The broadcasting club leader, shocked, tried to avoid Kim Gongja's gaze. Suddenly, the class representative took the microphone and said, everyone, this video you are watching right now really happened. This is how Hwang Eun-seo has been bullying and harassing Kim Yul. Broadcasting club leader, please move on to the next page of the presentation. He continued, thanks to one anonymous person, I obtained all these files. It is a total of 103 voice recordings, 311 videos, and 30,790 photos. They all show how Hwang Eun-seo bullied his classmate. After this announcement, the victim and I will be reporting Hwang Eun-seo to the police. But first, let me ask you a question. Are there any staff in this school who were aware of this happening? Their advisor stood up and shouted, hey, you! Get down here. Do you realize what you are doing right now? The class representative replied, this presentation is being recorded, so please watch your words and behavior. Kim Gongja took the microphone and shoved the class representative aside, shouting, this is all fake. It has all been made up. Why is the microphone not turned off? The broadcasting club leader calmly pressed the button. Kim Gongja began to sweat in anger. The class representative pressed on and grabbed the microphone back, saying, please, take a look at Hwang Eun-seo right here. As Kim Gongja looked into the light, he muttered, do not take pictures. Fudge. The class representative declared, remember this face. Remember his logic and his methods. The way he was the lead figure in the bullying, yet tried to minimize his actions by saying he was only a part of it. Kim Gongja said to himself, this rascal. The class representative continued, witness how he tried to run away from it all. Kim Gongja thought, he is the culprit who hunted me down. The class representative looked straight at Kim Gongja and said, that was really tiring. Pretending to be your friend, I mean. Kim Gongja thought to himself, what is he saying? The class representative went on, the younger me was so emotional. I gagged every time I talked to you. It is nice that my back does not hurt, but who I was at that age was far too naive. Well, I suppose that is how he made it to university. Kim Gongja said to himself, what on earth is he talking about? The class representative added, a lot of money goes into social welfare. If only I had known that at that age. Kim Gongja shouted, what in the world are you talking about, you rascal? He grabbed the class representative's shirt. A student said, is it all right for you to raise your voice like that? The camera is still recording, you know. Kim Gongja turned to the broadcasting club leader and shouted, hey you, turn off the camera right now. The broadcasting club leader calmly said, let me note this. Kim Gongja snarled, close the darn PowerPoint slides, you scoundrel. Then the video played again and said, your customers, whom you think of as your precious connections, well, they cannot help you. I negotiated with them in return for erasing the videos with them in it. A student gasped, fudge. This is sickening. His friend asked, is he for real right now? Kim Gongja said, all they care about is that they are not a part of this. Are you ignoring me right now? The class representative said, I feel sorry for Kim Yul, but this is all I can do as a student. A student asked, that is what he has been doing all this time. The class representative said, Hwang Eun-seo, your life is over. And Have I not kept telling you since you were young, Gongja, that a person should do what they can do? Kim Gongja said to himself. What is he saying? The class representative continued. There will come a time when you meet someone whom you know will sully the world if you do not do anything about them. Eliminate them then and there, instead of regretting it later. Kim Gongja punched the class representative in the face and said to himself, Son of a biscuit, how dare you? A student yelled, Someone stop him. A system notification said, Clear conditions fulfilled. Kim Gongja shouted internally, Ruin my life. Another student shouted, Stop the recording. A system notification said, Requesting judgment due to the current stage's special features. Kim Gongja said to himself, No one has tried as hard as I have in life. I cannot acknowledge this. A system notification said, The Master of Life has acknowledged that the stage has been cleared. However, Heavenly Ascension City to spin-off will not be incorporated into the Orthodox history. Stage cleared. As a butterfly landed on the finger of a lady, a system notification said, The 29th floor stage has been cleared. The Master of Life will now be speaking on behalf of the tower. The Master of Life said, Good job, everyone. Though I ended up engaging in a bit of favoritism, I am sure the other children will overlook it. I am softer toward those who work hard after all. May luck be in your favor. As Kim Gongja opened his eyes, he exhaled and said, Ha! Panting, he added, Ha! Ha! The class representative said, Gongja, a long time ago, during the spring and autumn period, there was someone called Wu Zixu. He dug up the corpses of those who murdered his family and whipped them until their bones were reduced to powder. Now think about this. If Wu Zixu was on his way to dig up their graves in order to exact his revenge, and he found out that someone had already dug a path for him to make it easier, do you think Wu Zixu would be grateful? Or do you think he would be mad that someone got in the way of his revenge? The class representative stood up and muttered, the grave digging part was cut out. Kim Gongja said, I thought you were mad that I pushed myself too much, that I chose a path of self-sacrifice. The class representative replied, It was hard enough raising you. Should I have to worry about you even after you have fully grown up? You should look after yourself now that you are an adult. Sympathy is only like a gift when it is rare. Too much of it makes a person weak. I raised you children to be strong. Kim Gongja said to himself, Right, this is the kind of person he is. I was wondering where your messed up personality came from. Kim Gongja said, Ha! But I had to do something. I entered the stage a year earlier than you, and my immersion rate was already at 95%. The class representative repeated, A year? Kim Gongja answered, Yes. Plus you told us to live how we want. I was just doing what you told me to do. Suddenly tears dropped to the floor. Kim Yule, standing from a distance, said, Death Sovereign. He added, It is just as you wished. As tears fell from his face, Kim Yule said, I have come to understand, Kim Yule. I felt, remembered, and realized. But there is one thing I want to ask you. What do you want me to do now? Kim Gongja said. Kim Yule left a message before his final moments. The message said, You killed me. Do not forget that. You are the one who killed me. Kim Gongja continued, a message meant to ensure that others would not forget. But you forgot. The lives that were sacrificed because you murdered constellations. You forgot all those people. Kim Yule said, I have two wrongdoings. One, I did not consider the possibility that a new constellation would be born to replace the one I had killed. The other is, Kim Gongja said, I did not know that you are not supposed to hurt others, even if it is only jokes or pranks. I did not know. It was not my intention. Does that make it fine to just move on and forget about your misdeeds then? Did Kim Yule believe it was okay for those scoundrels to forget about? Do not make the same excuses the ones who killed Kim Yule made. Kim Gongja said to himself, What I want. Then Kim Yule took his notebook and said, Look, Kim Gongja said to himself, It's for you to change. It is for you to become human again. Kim Gongja said, Look at the people who wronged you and the ones you wronged. Kim Yule asked, Did I really kill that many people? Are there truly that many who died because of me? It is already impossible to take responsibility for even one life lost. But all those people in different worlds, as he scanned his notebook, he said, The goddess of protection. The old man hidden away in the abyss. The blind follower. The great snake nested in 7 sounds. The stork singing of the universe. The witch killed at dawn. The lion dreaming of annihilation. The corpse flower. The yellow dragon of the great lake. I do not know. However, when I was in Kim Yule's body, when he was enraged at the world and cursed those around him, I empathized with him. Kim Yule wished to take revenge on those who had cornered him to the brink of death. As Kim Yule flipped the notebook closed, he said, This means that I too deserve revenge from these worlds. However, I do not believe that my death alone would be enough. eternal pain. These worlds likely want me to suffer endlessly, but that alone has no meaning. How is pain to be inflicted so that I can apologize to those who are already dead? Kim Gongja said, librarian. Humustra replied, welcome. Unlike the other apocalypses, I could not watch you all this time. I am just reading the newly written spin-off right now, as he pretended to scan the book in a corner. Kim Gongja said, just come over here. Humustra sighed, I feel like you are getting stricter with me as time passes. I am here. What do you want me to do? Kim Gongja replied, hand me Lafanta Igim's lore. Humustra said, are you aware that all the books I have won are my divine relic? Only I can create them. You continually telling me to give you these precious things puts me in a difficult situation. But of course, I will give it to you anyway. He handed over the book to Kim Gongja. Kim Gongja looked at the book, then handed it to Kim Yul and said, Constellation Killer, your story is written in this book. From the moment you first came to the other world, to when you met the goddess of protection, became Lafanta Agim, and were named the Constellation Killer. Your entire life is written here. You have lost your memories, but not forever. Get them back, like how you just looked at Kim Yul's past. Kim Yul asked, from the beginning? Kim Gongja confirmed, from the beginning. Kim Yul said, my entire life. You want me to look at my life, which spans over hundreds of years, from the beginning? Kim Gongja replied, yes. Find out what you did, what you thought, what kinds of worlds you crushed beneath your feet, what kind of people lived in those worlds. Kim Yul then told the others not to forget him. As the message had said before, you killed me. Do not forget that. You are the one. Kim Gongja said, you are going to have to bet your life, just like he did. As Kim Yul looked at the book, he said, I understand, and took the book from Kim Gongja. Then Kim Yul said, I see. Just repeating your own life can make life hell. Does each person have their own hell, class representative? The class representative said, yes. Kim Yul said he wanted to forgive you. I agree with him. The class representative was shocked. Kim Yul continued, I want you to be forgiven. The class representative started to cry and said in relief, thank you. Then he shouted, as tears fell like waterfalls. He sobbed, sorry. Kim Gongja thought to himself, the words he cannot say are coming out as cries. The class representative cried, if only I had come from a wealthier household. If only I had been smarter. Kim Gongja said to himself, these are his screams. Kim Gongja continued in his thoughts, your blade will cry in the place of 1,000 screams. The world is a chaos of humans and beasts. Among them are people who scream, and they are like islands of their own. Their screams reach my ears, their forms, my eyes. I want to prove these screams. The person who first put together the demonic heaven divine art probably wished to act as a witness for the 9 paths of lives and the 9 different deaths he saw. I want to imbue my demonic heaven with the director as he is right now. Do not forget, it needs to be my own demonic heaven. The dance of the children in the first form, the scream of the hungry demon in the second form, my master's sword in the third form, Laviel's sacrifice in the fourth form, the director's silence in the fifth form. Can I do it? Fill my sword with the lives of various people. Let us prove it. Let us prove that someone lived here, that someone died here. Let us fill my sword with the noise of the beasts and the screams of the people. If he laughed, let us put in the vibrations of his laughter. But, not yet. I should not rush myself. I will do what I can right now. Kim Gongja said, librarian, no Humustra. Humustra said, my true name? I am embarrassed. Just call me what you usually call me. Kim Gongja said, let the Constellation Killer read Lafanta Agim's lore whenever he wants. You do not need to create a whole stage for it either. Let him read it, just as you watch other worlds. Humustra replied, then I need to share my powers with him. I will have to make him my apostle. Of course, there are constellations that take in apostles without hesitation, but I do not feel so comfortable with them. Not really my taste. Kim Gongja thought to himself, well, that is because you are the librarian in a corner. It is your choice. You have loved the Constellation Killer story until now. But if I put it as you would, this is a turning point in life for the Constellation Killer. Route 1, the Constellation Killer and I never meet. He does not recall it. He will stay on the 50th floor and go hunt a constellation when he has a week's worth of memories. He will forever enact Puppeteer's parade. Route 2, the Constellation Killer remembers Kim Yul. He will slowly learn the life of Kim Yul and Lafanta Agim. He will possess himself in the book and repeat his life again. I will be on that route along with the director. He does not need to learn his entire life at once. It could be little by little. He could take breaks as well, but that will become his life. It will one day become Kim Yule's life. Choose the route you want for him. Humustra smirked and said, Constellation Killer, Death Sovereign's guardian, are you two perhaps interested in becoming librarians? It was a very joyous time. Did you know, Death Sovereign, that happiness can evaporate this quickly? To be happy is to love this moment. Time is like an endlessly flowing river stream. A system notification said, 28th floor, The Sacrificial Lambs and Me, genre, children's story. 27th floor, Bakery Street lore genre, cooking, business. 26th floor, City of Festivals, apocalypse genre, sports. 25th floor, Sumuin Academy story, genre, romance, fantasy. 24th floor, Dawn Manor Chronicles genre, suspense, history. 23rd floor, Iron Knight of Space Chronicles genre, science fiction. 22nd floor, Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon genre, Muram Humustra said, beautiful. It is not a bad reading list. Compared to the reading list that the other world's warriors have completed, no, this is incomparably great. It is so great that I hesitate to gift it to you. Kim Gongja asked, what were the hunters of the other worlds like? Humustra replied, they could be categorized into two. They chose apocalypses that were easy to clear, or ones that would only help the tower. Kim Gongja said, we are the latter, are we not? Humustra said, you are too humble. If all you cared about was clearing the mission, it would not have worked out with the heavenly demon. Do you know what the simplest method of clearing that one was? Kim Gongja, confused, asked, what? Humustra said, it was to hide away in a cave. An adventurer once said, hey, I think all we need to do is just wait until those guys die. We just need to watch out for the zombies. His friend said, we can do this. Humustra continued, that is how the hunters who challenged Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon did it long ago. They came to this tower from a world different from yours. They chose to hide until the Heavenly Demon and the Muram Alliance leader died. 10 days after the starting point, the Muram Alliance leader dies, and the Heavenly Demon loses her mind. She disperses her innate chi everywhere, and then also dies. Ta-da, clear. Well, they chose the wrong cave and ended up getting killed by zombies, but their idea was not bad. Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon gets cleared on its own if you just wait it out. All anyone needs is food, prep time for the cold, and the ability to avoid the zombies. I think it is perfect for a B-rank difficulty. But that is not how you cleared it. You always treated the characters as humans and did your best. You got angry and sad for them. You approached the stories of the apocalypses as if they were your own. As they entered Sumuin Academy story, the butler shouted in anger, Teet, this is a scam. The tutorial said you like white flowers. I always gifted you flowers and made you food you like, so why do you not like me? Laviel said, how foolish. Are all apostles like you? The butler shouted, fall for me. You are not even a proper constellation. Fall for me. Laviel opened a bottle and said, do the constellations consider my world a garbage can of the universe? Is that why everyone here is like this? It is already hard enough trying to care for people, but this is making my life even harder. He poured the bottle on the butler's face, and the butler screamed in pain, Quag! Humustra said, this also happened in the past. It is difficult for humans to treat fellow humans with humanity. I praise you for having done such a difficult task. Though we will not meet again, just do not forget that I will always be cheering you on. Kim Gongja asked, we will not meet again? Humustra replied, I must greet the warriors of the other worlds now. I cannot take care of you all forever. The worlds are infinite. There are infinite towers too, the master of life and I. Sorry, I cannot say more than that. Well done. The great library of all creation on your 21st floor will disappear now. It will become a small shelter instead. I took care to make this place feel like paradise for you. As they shook hands, Kim Gongja said, thank you. Humustra replied, I never dreamed I would be shaking hands with my favorite character, and that I would be making that favorite character live out the lore of my other favorite character. Goodness. Death Sovereign, are you sad to see me go? I appreciate it, but you have already cleared up to the 30th floor. The 30th floor will also become a shelter. I even specially chose a vacation apocalypse for you. Kim Gongja said, there is something I want to ask you before you go. You do not have a reason to live anymore, do you? The Constellation Killer is one of your favorite characters. I do not understand why you would like someone who goes around killing constellations when you yourself are a constellation. Humustra once said, I have a dream. It is to appear in a novel I love. Kim Gongja thought to himself. The librarian said, Humustra said, I am waiting for the Constellation Killer to visit the Great Library. When that day comes, I will appear in Lafanta Egam's story. Kim Gongja thought, But intervening in novels and actually appearing in one are two completely different things. He confessed, Humustra said, to be killed by the main character. Kim Gonja thought, to become a character in the story alongside the characters he loves. That is his dream. Kim Gonja said, you do not have a reason to live anymore. You once told me your dream is to become a character in a story, and that the Constellation Killer will be the one to make that dream come true. Do you still want him to kill you? Do you think he will, even after all he has just been through? Humustra said, I do not know what you are talking about. The Constellation Killer who met the director was created by 100 souls reincarnation. The Constellation Killer on the 50th floor still exists. That Constellation Killer will come and kill me one day. As Kim Gonja held Humustra's hand, he said, you are right. But that Constellation Killer is not the route you chose. I asked you earlier, Route 1, a Constellation Killer of the 50th floor who never met the Death Sovereign and never forgave the director. Route 2, the Constellation Killer who met the Death Sovereign and forgave the director. Kim Gonja said, you chose the second route. You acknowledge this Constellation Killer as your version of orthodox history. Let us say that the Constellation Killer of the 50th floor were to come find you one day. Will you truly be happy when that day comes? Can you really accept a version of the Constellation Killer who never met the director, who never experienced rage, sadness, revenge, or forgiveness? As the true Constellation Killer, will you be satisfied with an ending where you are killed by that version? I do not believe so. You love stories more than anyone. As Humustra took his hand off Kim Gonja said, there is no way you would want to die to someone you never acknowledge, someone who is just an extra. There is no use in denying what I am saying right now. I can see everything. After all, he used his skill character window on Humustra. Kim Gonja said, I can see your changes. The Constellation Killer is now Kim Yule to the librarian. And my name now sits above even Kim Yule's. Humustra was shocked and said, Death Sovereign, you, what are you? Kim Gonja thought to himself, with the ending of the Constellation Killer's story, he has come to love my story more. Humustra asked, when did you start planning something like this? Kim Gonja said, when I heard about your dreams that day. Of course, the finer details of the plan were worked out later on. Kim Gonja thought to himself, the project, to make the librarian like me more than the Constellation Killer. I tried really hard to track down the Constellation Killer for this purpose, just to hunt down one constellation. Kim Gonja said, Humustra, you have two paths ahead of you. Humustra, confused, said, 2. Kim Gonja said, 1. Live here forever, never achieving your dream, and say goodbye to me. Abandon your dream of being killed by the Constellation Killer, and stay cooped up in the library, receiving warriors like you have until now. Or 2. Give it to me. Humustra was shocked and confused. He said, what? Kim Gonja said, the book of your life. I will make that the 30th floor of this tower. In doing so, you will become a member of the tower. Do you understand? You will become a character in our story. As Kim Gonja extended his hand toward Humustra, he said, climb the tower with us, Humustra. Humustra said, in ancient times, there was a being with the name Pond of Collected Memories. Tower Master said, what a cool library. Humustra said, this too was a name that humans had come up with. The humans could not properly pronounce the being's real name. The best they could manage was to call him Humustra, although his true name was something else entirely. Tower Master said, the atmosphere was nice. Your book collection was great, too. Humustra said to himself, but something was different about that human. Tower Master said, I'll admit it. This is the best library I've ever been to. Humustra said to himself, a human that can speak in the dragon tongue. A strange mixture of smells. You carry the scent of a dragon, but you are no dragon. You carry the taste of a god, but you are no god. How did you get here? I have never permitted a lowly creature like you to enter. Reveal your purpose, outsider. Tower Master said, he. I'm not a thief. Don't be so wary of me. I'm like a traveling agent for insurance. I visit beings like you to convince them. He. Humustra said, I asked why you are here. Tower Master said, I'm building a home. Perhaps I should call it a manor instead. I'm the landlord, and I'm here to convince you to become my tenant. Humustra was silent. Electricity burst out from him, and he said, what an annoying creature. As the electricity struck the books, Humustra said, get out of here. Fierce electricity and water rushed toward the Tower Master. But as Tower Master smirked, all of it vanished. Humustra was silent, and he said, my powers did not work. Tower Master said, oh, sorry about that. I got too absorbed in the atmosphere. But can't you talk to me a bit more? The journey here was really difficult. Anyway, why doesn't this library have a door? Is this supposed to be a library or a grave? There's no airflow either. It's so stuffy. Should I open a window for you? As Tower Master flexed her arms and punched the ceiling, Hamustra was shocked and said, "What the hell?" Tower Master pointed at him. Finally, some fresh air. Hamustra was shocked and said, "I surrender. What do you want from me?" Tower Master said, "Can you take a look at this contract? I'm building a tower." Hamustra said, "A tower?" Tower Master said, "I'm going to bring in beings like you. I'm going to allow the entry of those you call lowly creatures too." Hamustra said, "You're going to give me the right to look at all the worlds there are." Tower Master said, "Well, the worlds I can intervene with." Hamustra said, "This secret condition." Tower Master said, "I'm going to need you never to break that." Hamustra said, "Why are you doing this?" Tower Master said, "No one is born because they want to be. That is why I believe everyone deserves a second chance at life. They might not be able to live exactly as they want, but at the very least, they should live because they want to be alive. So you will live once again, librarian, in a corner." As Hamustra looked at the golden butterfly, in the present, Kim Gong-ja said, "Climb the tower with me?" Hamustra said, I am no ordinary constellation. I am different from your guardian ghost or holy sword. I am a constellation in charge of stages. I am of a pretty high level. For someone like me to be bound to a specific tower, I don't know. That has never happened before." Kim Gong-ja looked around and said, "A grave of books. A collection of traces of worlds that had once been. A place where someone's story is sealed inside stop time. A place where you either admire or resent another person's world." As the newspaper said, "Babylon. We did it once again. The Flame Emperor is a joke." Kim Gong-ja said to himself, "I know a place like this." Kim Gong-ja said, "Hamustra, do not live in a place like this. It is because you are cooped up here that you've become so strange. It is about time you came up to the ring yourself." Hamustra said, "Strange?" Kim Gong-ja said, "The apocalypses contain the lives of peoples. I am sure it feels like you would know everything there is to know about a person by reading them. But that is not true, Hamustra. Do you know how the end of the world was described in Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon? There was a sudden trend of a mysterious disease, and the Heavenly Demon died from it." Hamustra said, "What the hell is that?" Kim Gong-ja said, "There is no information in that one line. Nothing about how my master died, how the people of the cult cried in torment, or about the texture of the dirt the children dug. You cannot figure all of that out just by reading." Hamustra said, "But I can also see it for myself." Kim Gong-ja said, "Yes." Kim Gong-ja said, "You can enter the worlds. I am sure you felt sorrow when I grieved my master's loss." Hamustra said, Then it's no problem." Kim Gong-ja said, "But you could not have been sadder than I was." As Hamustra sweated in a corner, Kim Gong-ja said, "I am sure you felt admiration when she reached the realm where she could kill with simply her mind. But everything you felt was secondhand, an appreciation of what you were reading. I'm sure you love Lavielle too, but you know you can never love Lavielle as much as I do. You are just getting a sample taste of things. You are only an audience to lives you have never lived. Your life has never been on stage. Live with us." Hamustra said, I am tied down by a contract. Your offer goes against the rules. I am sure the tower will do something about it. I would lose all my powers, then I would be of no use to you all." Kim Gong-ja said, "But that is not what I am talking about, and you know that. Abandon the dreams of being killed by the constellation killer. I will give you a new dream." As Kim Gong-ja held the hands of Hamustra, Kim Gong-ja said, "You can appear in my story, and I will appear in yours. You and I will become we." As Hamustra sweated and said, and he said, "I will give you the best advice I can as a reader. I am your biggest fan, so I hope you will listen closely." Kim Gong-ja said, "Of course." Hamustra said, "But if you keep on flirting, the person listening to you might get the wrong idea. You should keep that between yourself and Duchess of Anzia. Otherwise, I might end up being murdered by her instead." Kim Gong-ja laughed and said, "Though I have already died before, I will keep that in mind." Hamustra said, "Death Sovereign, is it fun to live as a human?" Kim Gong-ja smirked and said, "It is terrible, but that is what makes the good even better. I will help you." Hamustra opened the book and said, "Darn it, that is the last line of my apocalypse." As he raised the book, Hamustra said, "I choose the Death Sovereign, the librarian in a corner, and 2 others. As the characters in, once you open your eyes, you will be in." Kim Gong-ja said, "We will be here." Humustra said, I announced that the stage has been cleared. As the system announced, stage cleared. A system notification said, today. A man shouted, Kya! A system notification said, the 30th floor stage has been cleared. Another said, well, what? Potion King said, goodness, my vision is already blurry, but now it is going to be in the negatives. You had better gift me something good for my health. Master Alchemist covered her eyes and said, huh? I am sorry, but you are the Potion King. Why do you not just get glasses? Viper said, oh, this is just what happens when a stage is cleared. It is just a simple ray of light. I am sure you have never experienced this before, but I have. You can always get desensitized to this kind of thing. Do not overreact. His followers said, ooh, Master, we believe you. Heresy Inquisitor said, all those of the Pantheon prepare for teleportation. We are going to start with work as soon as we arrive in Babylon. Kim Yule said, this is troublesome. I have never experienced work as a librarian. The director said, I know just a tiny bit, Kim Yule. I will help. Kim Yule said, please do. Anastasia shouted, calm down everyone. It is going to start soon. The paladin said, it has been a while since I have been to Babylon. A man muttered, there is going to be so much work to do. We still have 8 more worlds. Ugh. His friend sighed, I do not know. I just want to take a bath. Another added, I need a drink before anything. You down? Humustra closed his eyes. The system repeated, the 30th floor stage was cleared today. Warning, an abnormal clear has been detected. A warning has been given to the librarian in a corner. Humustra groaned. No matter. The 30th floor stage was chosen as Clit. I am the manager of the 21st to 30th floors. I guarantee it. I acknowledge that the stage has been cleared as the constellation ruling over Clit. Warning. There will be grave penalties for the librarian in a corner if the stage is announced as cleared. Will you proceed with it regardless? Kim Gongja held Humustra's hands. Humustra said, I will live in this tower, so please, acknowledge my fall from grace, Master of Life. The system repeated, the 30th floor stage was cleared today. The librarian in a corner has lost his authority. Adjusting rank, depriving the librarian in a corner of his nickname. Depriving the librarian in a corner of his authority. May luck be in your favor. Humustra landed on the ground. He opened his eyes and whispered, phew. Looking around, he said, look, Death Sovereign, I cannot fly anymore. It was my hobby to look down on the worlds from above, all day long, for days on end. Now I cannot do that. Kim Gongja said, yep, lots of things are gone, Humustra continued. Yeah, Gongja answered. Even though I achieved my dream of appearing in a story myself, I have conflicting feelings. Books fell to the ground. I am afraid, Humustra admitted. I love you all, but I fear you will not like me. That is why I am afraid. I want to be loved by all. Kim Gongja placed a hand on his shoulder. Humustra, that is not possible, so wake up. Let us take it slow. We will find a new hobby since yours is gone. Is there not anything you want to do? There are 2 wishes, Humustra said. First, I want you not to speak to me so formally. He pressed his fingers together. Okay, I can do that. What about the other one? Gongja asked. That one is a bit pricey. So much so that you will be shocked. What is it? Humustra raised his eyes. I want a white mocha frappuccino, venti, with a quad shot, extra Java chips, and chocolate drizzle. He looked at Kim Gongja and then laughed. In another scene, Lavia Livancia said, I see. So that is why you died. Gongja, you are shaking while carrying her. Kim Gongja stammered, I am not. His fingertips were turning purple. Is that so? It seems like it. It has been 3 hours since you came to school in this pose, Laviel noted, continuing to drink. Kim Gongja thought to himself, Laviel. Laviel is drinking soda while wearing a school uniform. Laviel asked, am I heavy? So much so that the without using skills or aura order was too much for you? Inside, Kim Gongja was overwhelmed, in my arms too. How can this be? He replied aloud. Of course not. You are light as a feather. Is that so? A dinosaur's feather? An Archaeopteryx's, perhaps? She teased. You are lighter than the feather of a chick that just hatched, Gongja declared. Inside his mind, he narrated, this is the world of Heavenly Ascension City. Spin-off, now the 29th floor, since it could not be recognized as Orthodox history. This city, middle and high school, along with Shinseo, became like a lone island of a stage. It seems that if hunters enter this stage, they are simply recognized as students. It is an academic city that only has buildings from middle school to university. Labiel looked around at the buildings. What a beautiful world. Public education. Even those without money can learn. How dreamlike is that? I'm going to pick talented people from the empire to go here. I knew you were fit to be called the moon of the Evansia household, my love. Kim Gongja murmured, you will not learn such great things though. No matter, Labiel replied. The point of education is to share knowledge. A nation is how you paint it. The people of a nation should dream of the same thing. Dream of the same thing, Gongja repeated. Seo Baikyang suddenly said, yes, a world should be filled with people who share the same dream. Kim Gongja thought aloud. I was thinking about how to assimilate the people of the tower with the people of the empire, but the people of the empire who receive education should act as a connecting bridge between the two. Labiel dropped her soda. Well, enough political talk. I truly was surprised, Gongja. I was just working in my office when time suddenly regressed by 24 hours. A system notification said, rank X, the love of a certain regressor effect. Love is akin to poison for a regressor, for no matter how hard they struggle, they will not be able to spend time with the one they love. Therefore, a certain regressor made a wish, please protect my memories of my lover. Consequently, that wish reached the tower and came true. You now share a timeline with the one you love. If your lover regresses by 1 day, you will also regress by 1 day. This is the oath of the ring, the marriage of time. May luck be on both of your sides. Only remains active when you and your lover love each other. Labiel Evansia said, I knew right away that my lover had died somewhere again. Kim Gongja sweated and said, I am sorry. Labiel Evansia said, there is no need to apologize. I heard you were trying really hard not to die. You had no choice, I assume. Kim Gongja said, right? Labiel Evansia said, even if you were only fit to clear the 29th floor, forced yourself onto the 50th floor, and aggravated the entire floor by starting a fight with one of the strongest people. There, I am sure you had absolutely no say in that, my love. Kim Gongja said, I am really sorry. Labiel Evansia said, are you seriously reflecting on your actions? Do you know what you did wrong? As she pinched Kim Gongja's face. Kim Gongja said, yeeth, and he thought to himself, Labiel is pinching my cheek. Maybe this is a reward. Labiel Evansia said, oh goodness. Your eyes. You are not in your right mind. Although that is charming in its own way. I love you. Kim Gongja said, I love you. Labiel Evansia said, but thanks to you, I have looked around this high school enough. As Sword Emperor closed his eyes, disgusted at the sight of Kim Gongja and Labiel Evansia. Labiel Evansia jumped down from Kim Gongja's arms and said, I need to see the face of the person who killed you. Kim Gongja said, Labiel, like I said earlier, he is your ancestor. Labiel Evansia said, then I hate him even more. An ancestor should leave it to me to take care of things. How dare he lay his hands on the household's moon? The Evansia name and household are mine. Kim Gongja thought to himself, I am sorry, Constellation Killer. I am sorry, Kim Yule. You are dead now, Labiel Evansia said, and I want to thank the person who raised you. Will you take me to him? Kim Gongja held Labiel Evansia's hand and said, okay. As they both said, transmit. And so they traveled. Kim Gongja and Labiel Evansia arrived at the planetarium. Humustra said, welcome to Planetarium, the library cafe. Welcome, Death Sovereign, as well as the heart covered by silver. What brings you to the 30th floor? Kim Gongja said, is Kim Yule here? Labiel wants to see him. Humustra said, Kim Yule? He does not deserve to be called by his name. Coming all the way here to admire his face is definitely worth it. I understand. He should be organizing the children's books right now, but I will bring him here. Then a voice said, I see. That is a solution I would expect the Death Sovereign to come up with approximately. I am going to be really busy from now on thanks to him. Kim Hanbija said on the phone. Man, you look like you are doing great, Kim Gongja. Gongja replied. You can never predict fate. You are even more handsome now than when you were younger. Good for you, man. Maybe I should have gone into the tower with you when I left the orphanage. Kim Gongja thought to himself. Sometimes, you meet people you never thought you would ever see again, he said aloud. Kim Hanbija. Hanbija interrupted. Wrong. I am Kim Hanbi now, okay? I changed my name. Gongja muttered to himself. Is there even a point? Then he said aloud. I heard you are a politician now. Congratulations. Hanbi replied. I am nothing compared to you, man. Do you not ever check the internet? You are basically our nation's hero. Gonja answered, I have not been on the internet recently. Hanbi said, really? That is unexpected. Anyway, buddy, please do me a favor. I am running for the electoral district's official position in the next election, but I do not really have anything to appeal to the people other than being young. On that note, can I tell them that I was really close friends with you when we were in the orphanage? Gonja flatly answered, nope. Good luck, Mr. Politician. Hanbi said in shock, what? Hey. Gonja added, please, always consider what would be best for the people. As Gonja was about to end the call, Hanbi pleaded, Gonja, please, help me out here. I am sorry I did not contact you until now. I did not know you were doing so well in the tower. Gonja ended the call and murmured to himself, I guess I am doing better. Suddenly Kakao Talk rang with a message, let's face talk. Hanbi said through the video call, I am sorry, Mr. Gonja. I am sure you are busy, but could you please listen to what I have to say? Gonja thought, he has become really thick-skinned ever since he became a politician. As Hanbi knelt down, Gonja sighed and said, I guess I can hear you out. Hanbi quickly said, thank you, Mr. Gonja. Nationality is pointless in the tower. There are many people right now who are interested in you, as well as our nation. Gonja replied, what does that have to do with me? Hanbi asked. Then tell me what you want. Gonja said, clean politics, work for world peace. Hanbi groaned, something that I can actually do. Gonja smirked. Ah, there is one thing I could ask you to do. Hanbi leaned forward eagerly. I knew it. What is it? Tell me. Gonja said, sometimes people you thought were dead come back and seek revenge. Do you know a person named Huang Uncio? In Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry said, it is a very natural and expected process. I received countless requests just like that one when I took first place in the ranks too. From people in my family, politicians, businesses, as Gonja sparred. With the Sword Saint, he asked, Swedish people are also like that? Marcus chuckled. All people are similar, wherever they may be. Their swords clashed. Marcus pressed forward and said, you are a very powerful man now. You earned this power through pure skill and achievements. The people outside the tower like you. The hunters in the tower admire you. Gonja blocked and replied, you are being too nice. Marcus said, I am trying to tell you to be careful. Gonja smirked. I am being pretty careful, I think. As Gonja's aura surged, Marcus blocked and said, you are great at handling aura. Gonja said, someone once told me I am more talented in aura than in swordsmanship. The Sword Emperor, watching from above, smirked. Marcus said, I do not know who told you that, but that person is right. Aura is psychological. It all depends on your mental fortitude, on how well you can manipulate it. What were you just thinking of? Gonja remembered the time on the 10th floor, when the dolls had called him a kind man. He answered, it is a secret. I cannot tell you for free. With a smile, he kept his guard up. Marcus fell silent for a moment, then said seriously, there is something I deeply regret. It is that I gave away the chronicles of the Heavenly Demon to the Heavenly Martial Clan leader. The person you were before and after going to that apocalypse are very different people. I should have gone with you, no matter what. Gonja replied, are you the type to regret things that happened in the past? That is a pain, you know? Marcus roared, do not be so arrogant. His aura flared violently. I do not intend to hand over my position as first place to you. He unleashed a massive wave of aura toward Gonja. Gonja tried to block. Marcus laughed loudly. Ha ha. I did not know having a rival could be this joyous. Nor did I know you had grown this much, even when we were going through the Agam Empire together. I guess you can never predict things in life. I am so glad I met you. With a roar, Marcus charged at Gonja, slashing fiercely. Kim Gonja evaded and said, you are having way too much fun, do you not think? Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry replied, of course I am having fun. Their swords clashed. The Heavenly Martial Clan leader is improving every day, and so are you. Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry said, as the crowd shouted, whoa, life really feels worth living. A boy recording the duel whispered in awe, amazing. The aura control of those two is insane. But the Sword Saint is still stronger than the Death Sovereign. Kim Gongja's ears caught those words and he muttered to himself, I suppose that is what most people still believe. Though I personally agree with that idea, I do not want others thinking the same. He raised his sword and said aloud, Sword Saint, I do not like to use incomplete techniques. I believe it is a sign of disrespect. However, you are no ordinary opponent. Sword Saint Marcus Calenberry narrowed his eyes. Oh? I do not understand, Death Sovereign. Do we share some special connection? Kim Gongja declared. Of course. We are fellow disciples of the same sect. The Sword Saint's expression froze in shock, while the Sword Emperor, floating behind Kim Gongja, grinned knowingly. Kim Gongja thought to himself, during the Chronicles of the Heavenly Demon, the Sword Emperor used his best techniques against Master. Their duel was live-streamed to every hunter in the tower. Most hunters could not comprehend what they were seeing. However, the supporting constellation possessing the Sword Saint would have understood, because he created that martial technique. The reason the Sword Saint never asked me was because he was waiting for me to bring it up first. Still, I bet he never expected me to do it now, of all times. Sword Saint Marcus Calenberry exclaimed, Goodness! If you say that here then, Kim Gongja smirked. Great, panic a little more. This technique is incomplete. Please, take it. As he unleashed his attack, the souls within the technique whispered, I do not want to die. I am hungry. I want to live. The Sword Saint staggered in shock. Kim Gongja roared, Demonic Heaven Divine Art, altered. I am sorry, Senior Disciple. First technique. I will be winning this fight. Ascending Flame Current Sword. The Sword Emperor shouted, You unfair scoundrel. I know there is no playing fair in a real fight, but this is a bit much. Kim Gongja's blades pressed forward, nearly at Marcus Calenberry's neck. It is my win, sir, Kim Gongja said, pointing his sword. The Sword Saint broke into a sweat. What? That was unfair. I had been holding back from mentioning it all this time. I was waiting for you, for your sake. And you do this to me? Kim Gongja turned around casually. Yes, you sore loser. The Sword Saint shouted, Loser, this is my first ever loss. Out of our 53 fights, I am obviously the winner. Kim Gongja shook his head. The last fight is the most important fight. That is why we should fight again. He walked away, waving. I am not going to fight you again for at least half a year. I am going to tell everyone that I won for the next 6 months. Huh? You? The Sword Saint stammered. Then Anastasia's voice cut in. You two look close, a boy in the crowd whispered. Black Dragon Leader? Anastasia smirked. Well, you have always been so hot-blooded, although I do not miss how you used to be. It is fine to fool around, but please act properly today. All the other rankers are in the Great Library right now. Huh? Did something happen? Kim Gongja asked. Well, things happen every day, Anastasia replied. But this one is a big deal. Let us open the 31st floor. After the Constellation Librarian in a corner was demoted, the 30th stage, the Great Library of all creation, was turned into a library cafe. The Constellation who had once managed the sanctuary was reduced to a cafe employee. Welcome, said Humustra. Paladin, Nisha, Viper, and the Heretic Inquisitor greeted. We have been waiting for you. Anastasia sat down. You just finished training the newbies, right? I bet it is difficult. Paladin smiled. It is actually easier than I expected. They learn quickly. Kim Gongja thought to himself, it has been 56 days since the Great Library of all creation was cleared. A long-awaited break for the low-rank hunters. Anastasia said, the most urgent work has been taken care of. Kim Gongja thought further, but because of the incidents happening outside the tower, the top rankers became busy trying to deal with the flood of newcomers. Anastasia continued, there is still much to take care of, but the higher-ups can handle it. We just need to focus on our own duties. Kim Gongja nodded. Let us open the 31st floor. Sword Saint Marcus Calenberry added, Humustra, let us begin now that everyone is here. Call the librarian. Humustra smirked. All right. A few moments later, he knocked on a door labeled Staff Only. Princess, everyone is here. From behind the door, the princess that walks across mirages stepped out. All right, approximately, it seems like an important meeting, so I will try to be polite this time. I am the librarian taking Humustra's place. The princess that walks across mirages greets you. Though I have my responsibilities as a pillar, I will not speak of that since you would not understand. That is enough for manners. Are you starting today? Everyone is here, Anastasia said. Yeah, 2 months ago you appeared to take the librarian position and said you would open the next stage whenever we wanted. We are nearly done taking care of things, so we will start our raid again today. The princess that walks across mirages rubbed her eyes and said, You sure are fast. Just so you know, there is no time limit to raiding the tower. It does not matter if it takes you 600 years, 1200 years, or never. Are you truly going to unlock it today? Anastasia said, Yes, we... The princess that walks across mirages interrupted. Sorry, I was not asking you. This is for the person ranked first to decide. No matter which tower it may be, since you are ranked third, you have no say. Anastasia looked at Marcus. The princess that walks across mirages said, Sorry, a bit dictatorial, is it not? The tower has its own reasons. It all depends on who is ranked first. Anyway, you are on the lucky side. Humustra said, Princess, I am not in the place to say this, but you talk too much. The princess that walks across mirages said, Sorry, I have been sleepy ever since I arrived. Anyway, are you really going to unlock the 31st floor? Marcus said, Yes. The princess that walks across mirages stretched her arms and said, All right. She dropped her pillow. The lock was undone. And the princess that walks across mirages declared, As the guardian of this tower, the princess that walks across mirages, acknowledge your ascension to the heavens. A system notification appeared, notifying everyone. The next stage has been unlocked. The princess that walks across mirages said, We will skip that since I am right here. Next is a system notification listed 1. Pure humans. 2. Demonic humans. 3. Mountainous. 4. Water. Viper said, Pure humans? Demonic humans. What is all this? Kim Gongja muttered to himself. It is finally here. The heretic inquisitor said, What is this? The princess that walks across mirages replied, Good question. Choose any of those, and you will see. The heretic inquisitor said, Then I will pick the first one. Pure humans. A system notification appeared. Pure humans extinction rank. F no threat proverb. We rule the world. A species with average all-rounder statistics. They claim to be the representatives of all intelligent creatures. They assert that their averageness is what is normal and the standard. Traits. Quick attitude change. Heirloom of records. Loves rectangles next. Evolution. None other names. Humans. Homo sapiens. People he said, Oh. The princess that walks across mirages announced from the 31st stage to the 40th. The theme is the Great War of the Species. You must pick one now. That species will serve you like a god, and they will build their civilization according to the oracles you give them. Kim Gongja said, A god? The vision shifted to a scene of people shouting, For the fire god! We shall sacrifice the savages' heads to the fire god. Kim Gongja muttered, The fairies raised by the flame emperor in the past turned out horrible. The heretic inquisitor asked, What do you mean? The princess that walks across mirages explained, It is just as I said. You can change the fate of the species you choose. You can make a civilization crazed for war or one full of scholars that love knowledge. Basically, all of you who are in the top 10 will be playing a constellation simulator. A constellation manages a world. You manage the society within the tower as top rankers. Now we will see if you can expand out to a whole species instead. Nisha and Marcus were shocked. We are going to be constellations? Kim Gongja continued to stare at the system, while the Sword Emperor said, Kim Gongja thought to himself, I wonder which one I should choose. The dragons were more like wyverns, if I remember correctly. I liked the fairies before my regression, but the way the Flame Emperor ruined them traumatized me. Which one would be the best? The Sword Emperor said, You crazy fellow, just pick the human one. Both you and I are humans. You know your own kind the best. Kim Gongja said, I want one that will help me succeed. He scrolled further down the system. Then he smirked. Found it? 103. Goblins. The Sword Emperor asked, Which one? Kim Gongja pressed the choice. Goblins extinction rank, a high threat. The Sword Emperor blinked. A system notification appeared. Other name, trolls. The Sword Emperor was even more confused. Another system notification appeared. High Goblin Society rank, F effects. The Goblin King was worried that his species' culture was too lowly. All they had in their language was Kurch. The Goblin King did not feel like a dignified ruler. That was when he had the idea to say Gore instead of Kur. Gore, this is much more fitting. Results, worsened conflict within the tribe, a skill copied from the Goblin King. Kim Gongja said, It is time to fly, The Sword Emperor's jaw dropped as he stared at the goblins above. Kim Gongja looked back at the others. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, Wouldn't dragons be the best choice to make? They are supposed to be the most supreme species. Look at the illustration. They do not look all that great. Can they even speak? Kim Gongja muttered, I did not know there were so many intelligent species. It seems I am the only one interested in the goblins. Sword Emperor replied, Of course. Heresy Inquisitor raised his hand and said, "Princess, I have a question." The princess that walks across mirages gave a thumbs up and said, "I like students who ask questions. It gives me the opportunity to act smart for free." "All right, heathen, I will let you make me look clever." Heresy Inquisitor asked, "Do we only choose one?" The princess that walks across mirages answered, "Good question. That is also your choice." Heresy Inquisitor frowned in confusion. "Huh?" The princess that walks across mirages said, "I will give the top 7 a gift." A system notification rang out. The princess that walks across mirages has donated funds for a startup. You have earned 700 species points. You currently possess a total of 700 species points. The princess that walks across mirages continued. Now, the brunette must make his decision. There will be 10 calamities from the 31st to the 40th floor. They are all terrifying. Your first goal is to make sure your civilization, or civilizations, survives those calamities. You have 2 choices. Either you choose only one species and invest all your points into it, or you each pick your own and divide the 700 points among yourselves. Of course, putting all your eggs in one basket will be beneficial at first. However, that also raises the risk. If that civilization falls, you will all fall. On the other hand, the risk will be divided if you each pick your own species. Even if one civilization were to fall, there would still be 6 more. Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry nodded and said, "That is right." Kim Gongja glanced at him and thought to himself, in the past, the Flame Emperor did not hesitate and chose to put all the points into one civilization. Then he controlled the elves however he wished, ignoring the opinions of the other rankers and guildmasters. The princess that walks across mirages said, "Evolution is an art form born of variety and coincidence." Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry added, "We need a variety of species to increase the likelihood of survival. I do not know how much 700 points is worth, but I believe having 7 separate species will be more valuable." The princess that walks across mirages asked, "Is that so?" Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry confirmed, "We will choose to pick our own species." The princess that walks across mirages warned, "Really? The 7 species will fight. Someone might stab another in the back." Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry looked back at Kim Gongja and said, "It is just a competition. There is no improvement without rivalry." Kim Gongja smirked. A system notification appeared. The princess that walks across mirages welcomes your choice. The princess that walks across mirages said, "Very well. Please pick your species. And remember, once a species has been chosen, no one else can pick it. Keep that in mind." Humustra handed her a drink, and the princess took a sip before adding, "You may take 120 years to decide if you need. There is no time limit." Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry spoke first. "There is no need. I will pick the humans." A system notification chimed, "Choice made." Someone cried out, "No, I was going to go for humans." The princess that walks across mirages said, "That is not surprising. What about you, Death Sovereign?" Kim Gongja smirked again. "I will pick them." Paladin Viper and Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry were shocked. Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry exclaimed, "Huh? Goblins?" A system notification unfolded. Extinction rank, a high threat. Proverb, Kier, Gore. Other name, trolls, a species whose stats are all low. A nerfed species, lower intelligence than humans and demonic humans. Less mana than vampires. Surprising. No matter which category you examine, there is always a species superior to the goblins. No matter how you look at them, goblins are not beautiful. All species consider them disgusting and ugly. Disgusting. Truly disgusting. Traits: victim of species prejudice, awareness of fellow goblins, greedy. Evolution unknown. There are a total of 2 evolutions. You need 10,000 species points for the next evolution. Anastasia asked in disbelief, "Death Sovereign, goblins?" "Really?" Kim Gongja answered firmly, "Yes, goblins." Anastasia pressed, "Are you insane by any chance?" Kim Gongja replied with conviction, Listen. The goblins are the greatest species in the world." Viper, Sword St. Marcus Kalenberry, Nisha, Anastasia, and Paladin all stared at Kim Gongja with disgust and disappointment. But Heresy Inquisitor looked at him with burning enthusiasm. Anastasia said, "You must have had too much work lately. I will cancel everything you have scheduled this month." Kim Gongja replied, "Please, look at their description. You know how it says, no matter which category you look at, there is a species that is better than the goblins?" Anastasia tilted her head. "Yeah?" Kim Gongja said. "That just means they have room for improvement in every category. I guess you could look at it that way. she muttered. Do you not feel bad for them? Kim Gongja pressed. Look at them. Everyone thinks they are disgusting. Even the description calls them disgusting. I feel like they are my family. Children who were abandoned by others, ignored, mocked. It is like seeing the people in our tower. Yes, the goblins are actually us. Perhaps the truly disgusting ones are those of us who look down on them. Everyone has a goblin in their heart. The goblins shall rise. They will rise. The princess that walks across mirages trembled with amusement, holding back laughter. All right, so you are picking the goblins. The Sword Emperor frowned, clearly not amused, and glanced at the princess. Kim Gongja said with certainty, without a doubt, the princess that walks across mirages wiped away a tear of laughter. Ha! So this is why people like you so much. All right, let us continue. The rest of you, make your choices as well. Selections made. 7th, Paladin, Cetaceans other name, Mermaids, and 6th, Viper, Demonic Humans, other name, Dokaibi. 5th, Count, Elves, other name, Fairies. 4th, Cult Interrogator, Mountain Snails, other name, Snails, and 3rd, Black Witch, Bloodsuckers, other name, Vampires, and 2nd, Death Sovereign, Goblins, other name, Trolls, and 1st, Sword Saint. Pure Humans, other name, Humans, the princess that walks across mirages asked, you are set on your decisions, right? Right? Then, each person gets 100 points. A system notification appeared. The princess that walks across mirages is dividing species points. You have earned 100 species points. You currently possess a total of 100 species points. The princess set down her drink, having consumed only the whipped cream, and frowned at the frap beneath. Then, with a wave of her hand, the scenery changed as they began their journey. Now, let us begin with the 31st floor, she said. This place is the world your species live in. Look below you. A primeval forest, she pointed. Look, fairies. You can go down further or zoom in if you want to take a closer look. Heresy Inquisitor tapped the map eagerly. Anastasia followed suit and asked, like this? Heresy Inquisitor exclaimed, the mountain snails live in the swamps. Anastasia smiled faintly. That is cool. The vampires live in caves. Meanwhile, Kim Gongja raised his hand, descended, and muttered to himself, where are the goblins? There. 2 goblin children were playing, tugging at a giant centipede as food. Kim Gongja's eyes softened. I guess they cannot see me. Young goblins eating centipedes. So cute. The Sword Emperor, expression flat, muttered, you are out. Out of your mind. Kim Gongja ignored her, looking up as the ground rumbled. Viper stiffened in confusion. What was that noise? Nisha checked the map and frowned. The mountain trembled violently. The princess that walks across mirages said with sudden gravity, this seems dangerous. I am giving you your first quest now. This is the great forest where countless species originate. However, as you can see, the volcano will soon erupt, destroying everything. A system notification appeared. The 31st floor's quest has arrived. Golden Age's End difficulty, E-Goal. The end of a golden age for all species is here. The volcano is about to erupt. There is no time. Guide your species to a safe area. Your species will go extinct if you fail. Kim Gongja said in shock. This is our first mission as their guardians. The princess that walks across mirages declared, save your believers. The volcano erupted, fire and ash tearing through the sky. The princess that walks across mirages added, I am going to start without the raws for now. I will adjust things later. You are different. You are guardians. You made the choice to open the next stage, and you chose the species you are going to look after. So do your best. A merman panicked, flailing in terror. Ksha! Paladin muttered in frustration. Even if you tell us to do our best, there is no way for us to intervene. We cannot talk to them, and they cannot see us. Another merman thrashed about in fear. Paladin clenched her fists. How are we supposed to evacuate them? Kim Gongja turned sharply to the princess. Princess, you gave us species points before we entered. I assume you gave them to us for a reason. Tell us what we can do with those points. Heresy Inquisitor added quickly. Can we buy items or skills with them? Anastasia chimed in. Yes, we will use the points too. Tell us how we can use them. The princess that walks across mirages smiled faintly. This is why it is important to have smart people on the team. He is right. It is definitely my responsibility to tell you. Civilization store. Kim Gongja's eyes widened. This is the real deal now. Until now, I only referred to the Flame Emperor's interviews. He used to talk about how he cleared stages, and I memorized all those methods. but I do not know the exact details. He did mention the civilization store, but now it is up to me to decide what to purchase. How should I take the goblins to a safer place? Paladin raised her hand. I have a question. Is the oracle message a way to send a message directly to my species? She pointed at the glowing text. Oracle message. The princess that walks across mirages nodded. Yes. Paladin asked, how does that work? The princess snapped her fingers. A system notification appeared. The princess that walks across mirages is showing you an example. The princess said, you have seen this plenty of times, right? Nisha gasped. A constellation's message. The princess that walks across mirages nodded. I told you, this stage is a constellation simulator. The oracle message is a one-time use ability. Only one person can receive it. If you want to send another, you need to buy it again. Paladin said firmly. All right. Then I will buy one. The princess that walks across mirages warned, there are no refunds, no matter what. A system notification flashed. 20 species points have been spent. Paladin pointed toward the map. Since the lava is coming from the east, they must not go south. That merman seems to be their leader. She poured her will into the oracle. Paladin's message, do your best to swim west. The merman blinked, tilting his head. Chow? Chow? Paladin froze. Huh? Wait. Something is wrong. Why is that merman not listening to my message? The princess that walks across mirages hugged a pillow and grinned. Who knows? I suppose it is like how you are not immediately obedient when you get a message from a constellation. Paladin scowled. What? The princess only laughed. And I would not know. Anyway, there is not much time. At this rate, all the species might die. When that happens, your tower raid ends. Kim Gongja's eyes widened. No, the oracle is not the wrong choice. Paladin turned to him. Sim? Kim Gongja said. Tawny's creatures do not have a language. What? Paladin shouted. Kim Gongja continued. Basically, they are savages. How are they supposed to understand your message? How would they even know where west is? Anastasia muttered. Then, an oracle is useless. Kim Gongja clenched his fists. There must be a way. Where? The tower never gives out impossible stages. I need a way to evacuate the natives without using language. His eyes darted back to the glowing system screen. Kim Gongja suddenly froze, shocked by what he saw. Kim Gongja said, Princess! Could I look for prey using hunting detection? Like if I want a tiger, can I find one? The princess that walks across mirages said, Yeah, there are no tigers in this world, but I could find something similar. However, you cannot possess a native yet. You need an advanced item for that. Kim Gongja smiled and said to himself, Nice. Kim Gongja then said, Then I will buy one. Anastasia said, Death Sovereign, this is not the time to be hunting. A system notification said, Purchasing hunting detection. Kim Gongja said to himself, Okay. A system notification said, Hunting detection acquired. Kim Gongja said, Find one that has the most unique color, is fast and is pretty large. The princess that walks across mirages said, Interesting conditions, but all right. I do not like being strict like the others. A system notification said, You have used hunting detection. Kim Gongja said, It is not far from the goblins. I will also buy animal possession. A system notification said, You have used 40 species points. Heresy Inquisitor said, Aha, I see. Everyone possess an animal that is the most conspicuous looking. As Heresy Inquisitor also used her points, a system notification said, You have used 5 species points. Another system notification said, You have used 40 species points. Sword St. Marcus Callenberry said, What? Kim Gongja said, The natives worship unique-looking creatures. If they were to see a white lion or a black deer in a situation like this, I will possess that animal. They will take it as a real oracle from a god. Anastasia said, Everyone, buy the animal possession card. We will each possess an animal and guide our species to safety. Hurry. As Kim Gongja looked at his paws, he said to himself, Nice, I am inside a lion. It feels awkward to run on all fours, though. Although using aura does not seem impossible, it will not be easy. Suddenly he stopped and he said to himself, It is the goblins' village. These guys smell disgusting. What a pitiful species. I will save you all. As Kim Gongja roared, the goblins were frightened. One of them banged his face on the ground, breaking his nose. Bang! Kim Gongja said to himself, They do not even realize I am their ally. Then this is the only option. As Kim Gongja opened his mouth, he said, Gru. A system notification said, Rank F High Goblin Society Effects. The Goblin King was worried that his species' culture was too lowly. All they had in their language was Krk. The Goblin King did not feel like a dignified king. That was when he had the idea to say Gorg instead of Krk. Gorg. This is much more fitting. Result, worsened conflict within the tribe. A skill from the Goblin King. A goblin, confused, said, Kkurg? Another said, Kir. The lion said, Gor, Gor, Gor. Kim Gongja said in the goblin language, Follow me, you bastards. The goblin, still confused, said, Care? Care. Kim Gongja said to himself, That is right. Good. They are all following me. As the volcano erupted further and a huge fireball fell, a system notification said, The goblin's last village has been destroyed. Another system notification said, You need to lead them to a new home. Kim Gongja said to himself, That was close. You guys should be thankful. A goblin said, Krr. His friend said, Kurr. As they looked at the lion, they began to cheer, Kir, Kurg, Kurg, Kekurg, Kekurg, Kekekur. Kim Gongja said to himself, What the hell are they saying? A system notification said, A new faith. The goblins have opened their eyes to religion. Your species is the first to start a religion. The goblins will now follow the faith of the white lion. As a goblin said, Kekurg. The goblins called for Kim Gongja and said, Kekur. A system notification said, Your species is the first to start a religion. The goblin said again, Kekurg. A system notification said, You have received 500 species points as a reward for being the first to complete this achievement. Kim Gongja said, They are kind of cute. The Sword Emperor, in disbelief, said, Are you sure you do not need to get your eyesight checked? Kim Gongja replied, Sword Emperor, look at them with your mind's eye. I can see the potential of the goblins in my mind. They are so noble and beautiful. The Sword Emperor said, Ugh, I cannot deal with you anymore. Just listening to you talk makes me feel like I am losing brain cells. As Kim Gongja walked forward, the ugly goblins followed him. Kim Gongja looked above and said to himself, The vampires. As Kim Gongja looked at a black goose, he muttered, The black dragon leader has succeeded to... A system notification said, Quest cleared. A system notification said, You have safely evacuated your species from the natural disaster. A system notification said, You have received 300 species points for clearing the quest. A system notification said, You currently have 855 species points. Kim Gongja said to himself, 500 points for the first religion thing. 170 and 300 more for clearing the quest. Not bad. The Sword Emperor asked, Is that a lot? Kim Gongja said, I am basically filthy rich considering we just started. The Sword Emperor said, I will just believe you since you are the goblin god. Kim Gongja said, Okay, I need to find a place for them to inhabit now. The Sword Emperor asked, Why did that not affect you at all? Kim Gongja chose brass grade habitat detection. A system notification said, Purchasing brass grade habitat detection. A system notification said, You have used 80 species points. A system notification said, You currently have 775 species points. Kim Gongja said to himself, A place you can reach if you cross a river. And 3 streams. Nice humidity, nice hunting grounds. Not bad for a new habitat. Kim Gongja said, Gurk, gork, gork. Then to himself, All right, follow me. A few moments later, they arrived at a waterfall. A goblin shouted, Kekir! They jumped into the water, bathing for the first time in 5 years. They shouted joyfully, Kur, Kir. A small, smelly goblin shouted, Kur, while his mother smeared mud on his face. A system notification said, The goblins love the place. A system notification said, They feel less sad about having lost their home. Kim Gongja said, They are putting mud on their bodies. The Sword Emperor replied, They do stink really badly. I assume they are trying to get rid of their stench with mud. Kim Gongja sniffed with his enhanced sense of smell and said, I feel like they do smell less bad. A system notification said, Will you choose this location as the goblin's new habitat? Kim Gongja said, Yes. A system notification said, Please name the location. Kim Gongja said, I would love to name it Laviel Temple. He paused and frowned. Grr, ill. But I cannot pronounce that. The goblins will not be able to either. He lifted his head and declared, Guru. A system notification said, The new habitat has been named Guru. A system notification said, The goblins are safely out of danger's reach. A system notification said, Will you announce the stage as cleared? The Sword Emperor said, finally I will be free from this disgusting gore zone. Hey, what are you doing? Announce the stage cleared already. Kim Gongja replied. What? Do you really know that little about the tower? Kim Gongja thought to himself, the Great War of the Species, from the 31st floor up to the 40th. The theme of the Great War of the Species continues, and the higher up you go, the more time will have passed. If the 31st floor is the Paleolithic era, the 32nd is the Neolithic era. If I announce the stage is cleared right now, I will be meeting the goblins. After hundreds, if not thousands of years in the next stage, not yet. I need to do as much as I can before moving on. Kim Gongja said to himself, so these were the goblins' traits. A system notification said, traits, on victims of specimen and awareness of fellow goblins, and greedy Kim Gongja said, I need to resolve these issues before I leave. A system notification said, rank, F, victims of specimen effect, the goblins are really ugly. It makes anyone who looks at them hate them. Because of this, the goblins suffer all kinds of discrimination and prejudice. It is very difficult for them to form relationships with other species. Warning, those who are discriminated against will harbor hatred in their hearts. If this resentment grows, they will consider all other species as their enemies. You must resolve this problem before it is too late. This trait may change depending on how matters play out, Kim Gongja said, moving on to the next floor just to find out that the goblins are being discriminated against by all other species would be terrible. I have seen this so many times. But this one is actually a really nice trait. Even goblins should have a strength. A system notification said, awareness of fellow goblins rank, C effect. The goblins have a very strong sense of community. When one goblin dies, no one other than the goblins grieves it. A monster has died, let us celebrate. Others are happy instead. Goblins are goblins. This is their fate. The goblins have a very strong bond with each other because they know that they only have each other. The following actions are very much looked down upon in goblin society: betraying other goblins, killing other goblins, and so on. Unless something truly terrible happens, the goblins will never go extinct from internal conflict. This trait may change depending on how matters play out. The Sword Emperor said, really? I feel like that is not true. Kim Gongja asked, you think so? The Sword Emperor replied, no, I was just saying it. Open the next trait. A system notification said, rank, B, greedy effect. The goblins are overflowing with greed. Perhaps it is to compensate for their ugliness. The goblins try to be validated for what they possess, rather than who they are as individuals. Kier. I am covered in warm mud. Kier. I am covered in the luxury mud that comes from the upper parts of the stream. Greed for something better. Greed for something cooler. Their inferiority complex and sense of shame, along with their desire for validation, mixed together to create greed in the hearts of the goblins. Perhaps they might come to like jewels as well. Perhaps they will start enslaving others and compete over who has the prettier slave in the future. The goblins are greedy, and in this greed lies the goblins' potential as a species. How this greed may change is up to you. This trait may change depending on how matters play out. Kim Gongja said, they really are similar to me. The Sword Emperor looked confused. Kim Gongja added quickly, I am just talking to myself. Then Kim Gongja jumped into the mud. The goblin children said, Kier, Kiker. Kim Gongja replied, Krng. As he looked at a lump of dung, a goblin child asked, Guurg. Kim Gongja smeared the dung on the goblin's tummy. The goblin became happy and shouted, Gore! Kim Gongja continued smearing dung on the other goblins and muttered to himself, it is hard to draw with a paw. The Sword Emperor said, Gongja, are you tattooing them? Suddenly, a goblin realized something and shouted, Gurgur, Kurg. A system notification said, the goblins are opening their eyes to beauty. A system notification said, the goblins are shocked by the beauty. A system notification said, the goblins' victims of speciesism trait has changed. Rank, E primitive fashionista effect. The goblins are still really ugly. Anyone who looks at them will hate them. Because of this, the goblins suffer all kinds of discrimination and prejudice. It is still very difficult for them to form relationships with other species. Kerr, we are ugly, the goblins declared, but they came up with a special culture because of this. Then why do we not just wear cool clothes instead? They began compensating for their looks with fashion. The goblins drew designs on their green skin. The more beautiful the tattoo, the more they were acknowledged by their community. Congratulations, the goblins now have a culture of fashion. Let there be blessings upon the primitive fashionistas. The Sword Emperor muttered, they are still goblins, even if they draw on themselves. A system notification said, however, whether this fashion is recognized by the other species is a different topic altogether. This trait may change depending on how matters play out. Kim Gongja said, KRR. All right. He thought to himself, the Great War of the Species and Guardian Constellation are just fancy terms. Simply put, all I need to do is raise these kids well. Kim Gongja shouted, Gor. I will make sure that you all thrive. The goblins circled around him and shouted, Kicker! The Sword Emperor muttered, he is out of his mind. The goblins continued chanting, Kekerg. The Sword Emperor said, these guys are not going to become Kim Gongja version 2 later on, are they? Please no, the goblins shouted again. Kekerg. The Sword Emperor groaned, we cannot have that happen. A system notification said, purchasing prey detection. A system notification said, using 5 species points. A system notification said, you currently have 865 species points. Kim Gongja roared, Gore! The goblins echoed, Kerr. Together they attacked a beast. A system notification said, the hunt is a success. A system notification said, you have learned everything there is about this prey. You cannot earn any more species points through hunting this animal. A system notification said, you have reached the maximum hunting experience. You cannot earn any more species points through hunting. Kim Gongja muttered to himself, that is it for hunting in this region. A system notification said, the goblins have positioned themselves as hunter-gatherers. A system notification said, you cannot earn any more species points through gathering. Kim Gongja said, I guess the same goes for gathering. The Sword Emperor sighed, yeah, Gongja, let us leave now, Kim Gongja thought. To himself, getting into groups to hunt a bigger animal, how to play with mud. The seeds to help the goblin civilization bloom in the future had been planted. A system notification said, the Viper has announced his mission as cleared. A system notification said, the Sword Saint has announced his mission as cleared. Kim Gongja said, I want to teach them text or aura. The Sword Emperor replied, why? Do it then. Kim Gongja shook his head. The problem is that I cannot. A system notification said, opening civilization shop. Kim Gongja gestured at the system window. Look at this. Text description. The species will develop writing. Leaving records behind in writing is more efficient than in oral tradition. Unlike a voice that evaporates as soon as you speak, text withstands the flow of time. Price, 4,500 points. Pure humans will start with this skill already in hand. Kim Gongja sighed. All I have right now is 1,015 points. I am nowhere near 4,500. Why do humans start with it when it is so expensive? The Sword Emperor shrugged. It is your fault for choosing goblins. Kim Gongja thought to himself, it is not just the humans that get an advantage like this. The elves, that the Count guides possess mana response and aura response from the very beginning. He muttered aloud, what is with this balance? Meanwhile, my kids are struggling in mud. Of course, I believe that my kids will improve enough to trample on all the other species, but I still feel bad for them. Ha! The Sword Emperor said, you are the one I feel bad for. Kim Gongja said, I would love to teach them text before I leave, though. A system notification said, the Holy Knight has announced her mission as cleared. Kim Gongja muttered, now it is just the cult interrogator, the Black Dragon leader, and me remaining. Fine. I give up. I will teach them myself. Kerg. The goblins looked back at him and said, Kerg. Kekerg. Kim Gongja pointed at the ground. Watch, children. Ah, Kerr. Ah, this is a... The goblins, with intellect of one, tilted their heads in confusion. Kim Gongja grumbled, they do not get it at all. He tried again. Gor. Kara. Watch closely. A. This is A. The goblins trembled in fear. Garg. A system notification said, the goblins are afraid of you. Your strange behavior is making them panic. The goblins offered meat to Kim Gongja and whimpered, Kekerg. Key. Kim Gongja drew the letter B on the ground. The goblins gasped in shock. He quickly drew the letter C and shouted, Kee-hee. The goblins only grew more confused. Kim Gongja muttered to himself, these guys are too stupid. Can they not learn? A goblin asked another, what is this? I do not get it. A system notification said, the goblins request you not to be mad at them. Kim Gongja slapped the meat away. I am not doing this to try and get meat from you, the goblin shrieked. Keek. Kim Gonja exhaled and said, "You will just end up forgetting if I teach you like this. You need to learn what this means and what the point of learning it is. Wait, I do not need to start with the alphabet." He clapped his hands. "Kern, gather around." The goblins shuffled closer with sad faces. Kim Gonja thought to himself, "I can already tell what they are thinking. He wants us to do something strange again. I wish he would just put mud on us instead." He smiled and reassured them. "Kirb, now, it is all right. You know that I like you, right?" He smeared dung on their heads. The goblins brightened instantly. Kim Gonja thought to himself, they are easy to comfort, even if they get mad. He raised his paw and drew a square on the ground. This square means mud. Do you get it? The goblins stared blankly. Kim Gonja said gently, "You do not get it yet? That is okay. We have plenty of time." He smeared dung on a goblin's face, then made another square. "Oh, mud." One goblin sniffed the dung on his face, then looked at the square. His friend copied and drew another square. Kim Gonja smiled. Later, they looked up at the sun. Kim Gonja drew a circle on the ground. This is day. The sky is bright. A few hours later, as night fell, they looked at the moon. Kim Gonja shaded in the circle. Right now, it is night. The sky is dark. He drew a star. This means sun. Is it not bright? He shaded another star. This is moon. He made a wave symbol. This is water. He made 2 waves. This is stream. He made 3 waves. If the water is really, really deep, this is river. Kim Gonja thought to himself, the goblins' world is still small. They do not realize how vast the world is yet. They do not really leave their habitat. A goblin pointed at the sky and said, "Kirk, sky." His friend pointed at the ground. Ground. Another added, "Kek, earth." Another shouted, "Kir, gar, meat." Kim Gonja chuckled, "Feels nice." A goblin echoed, "Kur." Kim Gonja continued, "Feels bad." And so a very small world made up of just 6 concepts was born. Suddenly it rained. Kim Gonja said, "Look closely. Dark sky, water. That means rain. It is water from the dark sky." The goblins drew on the turd and said, "Kur." A system notification said, "The goblins have opened their eyes to text." A system notification said, "The goblins have earned the new trait Heritage of Records. Heritage of Records rank, EA effect. The goblins have learned the infinite possibilities of drawing. They realize that symbols can represent things in life, not just something cool to draw. And O means sky to the goblins. And I means ground or mud to the goblins. I together means sky and ground. This is the goblins' way of saying world. O is the goblins' world. From now on, the goblins will continue to develop their language. They will leave behind what they love in drawing, and their lives will be imbued in their text. Hopefully, luck will be on their side. This trait is bound to change depending on how matters play out. They rejoiced and shouted, "Kir, keker," while dancing in the rain. A system notification said, "The Black Witch has announced her mission as cleared." Kim Gonja said, "It is time I leave too. I wanted to teach them simple arithmetic as well though." As the goblins slept, the Sword Emperor said, "I think it was impressive enough that you taught them pictographs, as well as up to the number 5. Kim Gonja licked the turd on the goblins' faces and said, "Gore." Then he whispered to himself, "Goodbye, children. I cannot have you messing with the lion's body, so I will go far away from you." Kim Gonja ran off. He looked back when he heard the goblins say, "Kikirk, Kurg, Kikikir, Kikikirk." Kim Gonja said to himself, "They are looking for me. Live well, become good adults. Let us meet later." A system notification said, "The Death Sovereign has announced his mission as cleared." A system notification said, "The 31st stage has been cleared." A system notification said, "Rewards will be distributed after entering the 32nd floor." A system notification said, "Serial stage in progress, forcibly being sent to the 32nd floor." The princess that walks across mirages said, "Welcome, Death Sovereign. Everyone has been waiting for you to announce that you cleared the stage." Kim Gonja, confused, said, "Huh? What is that?" The princess that walks across mirages hugged a snail doll. Kim Gonja muttered to himself, "A snail plushie. I would get it if it was a goblin plushie." The princess that walks across mirages said, "I do also have a goblin one." Kim Gonja asked, "What? Where did you get this?" The princess that walks across mirages replied, "I made it." Kim Gonja said, "Can I touch it just once?" Anastasia said, "What are you doing?" Let us just move on to the next stage if you have time to be fooling around with a constellation. It has already taken us 24 days just to clear the 31st floor. Kim Gonja replied, You are hugging a plushie too. Anastasia stammered. This is for research purposes, Nisha added. I am doing quality control. An item made by a constellation. How rare is that? Paladin said. The item description was very thorough as well. Kim Gonja muttered to himself, These guys. The princess that walks across mirages tossed the ugly goblin plushie at Kim Gonja and said, No. Maybe it is my senses that are strange. It took us years just to clear the 10th floor. Kim Gonja replied, Well, the faster the better. He asked, Is this the 32nd floor? The princess that walks across mirages said, This is a lobby of sorts. I need you all to announce the stage as cleared in order to manifest the 32nd floor. She added, This guy has been here for 2 weeks waiting for you. She pointed at Viper. Viper said, I thought I was going to die of boredom. What took you all so long? You should have been much faster. I could not even watch what you were doing. I just had to meditate, along with my Dokebi plushie. It helps with meditation actually. I have been so efficient with my mission. What in the world have you all been up to? You are getting too involved, Paladin replied. No, it is you who were not involved enough. Viper said, What? Paladin explained. When we entered the 31st floor, the princess said, From the 31st floor to the 40th floor, the theme is the Great War of the Species. That means it is likely that up until the 40th stage, it will be a continuous stage. In other words, we might be managing the same species we chose on the 31st floor all the way through the next stages. Viper, confused, said, Paladin continued, If it was just about clearing the 31st stage, we would have done what you did. However, it is a different story if we are managing the same species until the 40th floor. I need to prepare things so that they will develop on their own, even when I am gone. Viper said, Wait, did she really say something about that? Nisha replied, It was very clearly implied. Paladin added, Liao Fan, you have a tendency to overlook everything that is not related to martial arts. Viper said, Really? That is why you all were on the 31st floor for 2 weeks. Kim Gonja placed his hand on Viper's shoulder and said, It is all right. As Viper shivered, Kim Gonja continued, Even if your species dies out, there will still be 6 remaining. Viper shouted, Darn it. The princess that walks across mirages said, Hoo-hoo, do not worry about it. All of your species have survived so far. Thanks to your hard work, the prehistoric age is over. It is now the ancient times. Kim Gonja thought to himself, thousands of years must have passed since the 31st floor's era. I wonder how the goblins did. I do feel a bit better since she told us that they are all alive though. The princess that walks across mirages said, Now that everybody is here, I will be opening the next stage. The 32nd floor is 200 years after the 31st floor. Kim Gonja, confused, said, Huh? Nisha asked, Only 200 years? Do you not mean 2,000? The princess that walks across mirages replied, No, you heard me right. I am also surprised. I did not know you all would be so fast. Well, maybe I should say that it was actually slow. Sometimes the roundabout way is the shortcut. Here is the 32nd floor. Anastasia interrupted. Wait, not everyone is here yet. The cult interrogator is not present. He needs to first declare that he has cleared the stage before we... The princess that walks across mirages cut her off. Do not worry about him. I told you, everyone is here. He is already waiting on the 32nd floor. Anastasia, confused, said, What? The princess that walks across mirages replied, Like I said, you will see once you are there. As they looked below, Kim Gonja was shocked. Kim Gonja said, What is all this? A snail muttered, The way home from work is so far, Lime. His friend replied, I heard there is a new bar by the large cavern. A lazy snail groaned, I want to procrastinate on the public service day this year, Lime. Another snail snapped, Do not get in our way, Lime. His friend argued, Ha! All wall paths in this city are for public use, Lime. Where you arrive is decided by God, but how I go is my choice, Lime. A slime grumbled, The rent has increased so much this year, Lime. The landlord, Snail sighed, It is a shame, but I will have to stay in the old house. This winter. As they swallowed stones, they suddenly felt relaxed and murmured, Lime, I work for this, Lime. His friend said, The light is so bright. Looks like this one is a good batch, Lime. The dealers these days mix in so much nonsense. Nisha said, What is all this? Anastasia said, Snails. Viper asked, where are the rest? A bully snail slapped a Dokebi slave and sneered, hurry up and move the things, Lime. The Dokebi slave groaned in pain. Yee. The bully snail spat. These Dokebi are so darn lazy, Lime. Viper, shocked and confused, stammered. Huh? A slime said. They are so darn expensive, but if you look away for a minute, they are always getting distracted, Lime. We feed them, clothe them, and spare their lives. What is so bad about being a slave? Another snail said. If you are just a bit nice to them, they all get so arrogant, Lime. They do not even have shells. Where are they getting their audacity from? The bully snail said, hey slave, say Lime. I will let you go if you can pronounce it correctly. The Dokebi slave stuttered, El-Limi. The snail laughed, see? The slaves cannot even pronounce Lime correctly. It is because they are of inferior origins, Lime. As they continued to hit the Dokebi, they shouted, vulgar things, hurry and transport the stones. The Dokebi whimpered in pain. You ugh, Viper shouted. How does this make any sense? I did all that I could before leaving the 31st floor. Huh? I made them weapons and even taught them how to fight. The cult interrogator appeared, saying, huh? Familiar faces. As he walked toward Viper, he chuckled, ahaha, goodness. You have finally come to the new era. Viper suddenly grabbed the cult interrogator and roared, hey, you psychopath! What the heck happened? Why is my species your species' slaves? The cult interrogator calmly replied, I can explain that. The snail civilization I have fostered is a very advanced slave-centric society. The slavery system is very useful when it comes to manual labor. 112 years ago, the Dokebi launched a great invasion, so we fought back and captured them all. Viper said, what? The cult interrogator continued, do not worry. Although it took a while to tame them because their egos were so huge, in about 3 generations, we should be able to change their traits. Kim Gonja asked. Cult interrogator, I have a question. The cult interrogator smiled. Oh, Death Sovereign, sure. What is it? Kim Gonja said, we went to the lobby after declaring the 31st stage as cleared, but you were not there. The princess said you were already here. What does that mean? The cult interrogator said. Aha. That is technically wrong. I did not get here first. I have just been on the 31st floor this entire time. If the 31st and 32nd floors are connected by their timeline, then there is no need to announce that I have cleared it, correct? That is why I told the tower that I am not going to announce it. Anastasia, Paladin, and Marcus were shocked to their souls in disbelief as the cult interrogator continued with a crazed smile. I have been taking care of the snails until now. Long time no see, everyone. It has been 200 years, 6 months, and 21 days. Thank you so much for watching. That's all for now. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a thumbs up and consider subscribing to help me grow my channel. Your support means the world to me. Don't forget to leave a comment below. I love hearing from you. Let's keep the conversation going and get those analytics buzzing. Until next time, take care.